Tanjuchi, just kindly wave to us. I know you are, yes, he's a star in these issues of disability, and I know that at the right moment we'll listen to him. For those who haven't bought today's paper, I'm doing all this to wait for the program, otherwise it's coming shortly. The paper is so rich with a lot of information. One of the dailies in Uganda is Daily Monitor. The headline has a very difficult conversation on contraceptives. I don't know, I don't have much to know there. The second one has a story of the, is it retired or resigned? Resigned Archbishop. But the third one also has the story of the Archbishop of Uganda. I don't know what much he's saying about the resignation of the other one. When you go deeper, they are reminding us to listen to the youth or we risk revolts. And this is Dr. Ruhakana Rugunda telling us if you don't listen to the young people, the Gen Zs, we risk revolts. I think there's a country that has experienced that. And then Chisoro goes to the polls today. Any voters of Chisoro who have dodged their voting today? Anybody from Chisoro in this space? Oh, you have friends, okay. I thought you have voted there and you have dodged voting. He wants you to go. Dr. Paul Emong says he's associated to Chisoro. I want to imagine either it is a she, the friend is a she, or whoever it is, he's highly connected. Expensive car repairs and how to avoid them, dealing with doubts in relationships. Her laughter is the most beautiful sound. Somebody is praising a lover there. And a lot more in the monitor. But there's also the new vision. Government launches app to monitor doctors' work. I think we also need one to monitor disability work. Many people are saying they are doing a lot, but possibly they are not doing much. HIV deaths stagnate. There's an ongoing, I think it ended yesterday, the National Symposium on HIV. And oh, so let them come now. Okay, please. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I was only opening up your mind to the fact that there are many things going on, including what is in the papers. Now, the program officially begins now, because I'm told we are set to go. As we wait for the printed one, I have assurance that our students of performing arts are ready with an entertainment. We warmly want to welcome them to usher us into day 2. Kyambogo University, where are we? Just like you did yesterday, please come in and give us that show. And Angela, please take over after Kyambogo has entertained us. I still want to remind us that we have our sign language interpreters. As yesterday, we shall have Wycliffe. Wycliffe is already here. We have Jonan, then we have Nansamba, whom I'm sure is already here as well. Then we have Buyinza, and then we have Olanya Dennis. Okay, thank you so much. I'm reminded that as the adjustments are being made in the day's program, it seems like the first activities may not change. And so immediately after Kyambogo has ushered us into the day, we'll have the chairperson of this session take it on to take us to the very first activity of the day, which is going to be a keynote address. Let's sort out that one as we have Kyambogo coming on stage. Kyambogo University. Okay. Kyambogo University, kindly come over. Meantime, I'm very sure Dr. Maria Goreti Kahwa, sister, is present. May I invite you to talk to God again so that he gives us a blessed day so that we can manage all our events as planned. Meantime, Kyambogo University Performing Arts, I'm sure you're at the entrance. Immediately after the prayer, we get moving. So prayer for day 2.
People of Allah, good morning. People of God, good morning. People of Creator, good morning. Let us pray. We are starting our prayer with Psalm 139, verses 13-14. Psalm 139, verses 13 to 14. For it was you who created my inwards. You knit me together in my mother's womb. I will praise you because I have been remarkably and wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful, and I know this is very well. Let us pray, brothers and sisters and colleagues. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for another opportunity to be alive so that we can discuss more about inclusion in higher education. We thank you for yesterday, where a lot was shared about inclusion. We still thank you for everyone who is present, physically and online. We thank you for our institutions and organizations. We thank you for all that we are going to share. Heavenly Father, teach us the virtue of patience and the gift of understanding. Help us to embrace differences with open hearts and minds. Grant us the ability to see the beauty and uniqueness in each individual. Guide us to be compassionate and accepting, knowing that we are all your children, deserving of love and respect. We trust in your wisdom and guidance to lead us to a life filled with meaning and fulfillment. Help our society to recognize the inherent worth of each person, regardless of their abilities or differences. Grant us the strength to break down barriers and build bridges of understanding and compassion. May we embrace diversity and celebrate the uniqueness gifts that we individual brings. Thank you for being our source of courage. This we pray through your name, Lord Jesus Christ. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all, now and forever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you so much. I keep expecting Kyambogo to come in. Thank you so much, sister, for committing the day to the hands of God. We are only expecting nothing but greater success as well. My sister Angela, I know you are coordinating how we get into the next session. Please get ready. But we wanted to receive Kyambogo University first. We are told they are ready. Oh, there they come. A round of applause for Kyambogo University Performing Arts as they come to open our day with the piece of entertainment.
Hello. Yeah, good morning to you all. You are welcome. And before you is the representatives of the Department of Performing Arts. They are going to play a song called Mother, How Are You Today? It in context with the theme of this conference, Enjoy.
Stand this way.
Thank you so much for the song. It's a common song. I thought we would sing with them. Can we sing the chorus together? Mother, how are you today? Here is a note from your daughter. With me everything is okay. Mother, how are you today? Thank you very much, Kyambogo University. And we hope Mother is fine and everybody here is fine. Angela, may we invite the session chair? I'm very confident that the first keynote speaker today is present. Dr. Msumani, we don't see our program coming, but I know Angela has more details. Thank you. Over to you, Angela.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simakula Henry. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning to you all. Good morning to you all. Yeah, I'm a teacher by profession, and when students in my classroom do not respond, I tend to make them stand up. So if you want Teacher Angela to get you standing, keep quiet. So ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning. How are we today? Yes, I want to welcome you all to the second day of the first East African Conference of Disability Inclusive Higher Education. Yesterday was quite an exciting moment for each and every one of us, and I'm sure we took something back home that we had learned. And as the guest of honor said, that the second conference, we should be discussing progress. So I believe we are going to begin on what we have discussed. So the program of today has slight changes, but the changes are to be made, I think, in the after sessions. We are going to still continue with our morning session program. So the first session is going to be chaired by Professor Willy Ngaka. Professor Willy Ngaka, wherever you are, I'm kindly requesting you come in. And it's going to be a 1 hour session. And what we're going to discuss about is going to be inclusive disability, higher education, and lifelong learning. Yes, there is a lot of inclusion happening in primary level, secondary level, but now we want to see this inclusion translate into our higher education. From the experiences we had from the people who shared their experiences, we saw the struggle they had to go through just to complete, some of them just to complete university, others just to, be integrated into the university. So from this keynote speak, we hope to pick a thing or two to see how do we have persons with special needs or persons with disability integrated. So ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Professor Willy Ngaka.
This one working?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a wonderful night and you are having a fabulous morning too. We are now going to have a keynote presentation by one important person. I have the honor and pleasure to introduce him. Professor George Lada Openjuru. You are welcome to take your seat. You switch this one up. Professor George Openjuru's keynote speech is going to focus on disability inclusive higher education and lifelong learning. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel heavy to introduce him because he was my supervisor for 22 years. I started my first journey as an academic in his department where I was the head of department. And he left when he was my dean. And now, like Victor said during the dinner, I also feel proud because I followed his footsteps. I'm today honored to introduce a professor, and I'm also associate professor. George, thank you for guiding me. Professor George Openjuru is a distinguished academic currently serving as the Vice Chancellor and Professor of Education in the Faculty of Education and Humanities at Gulu University. I've pronounced it wrongly. For him, he will call it Gulu University. So George, forgive me for pronouncing it wrongly. I'm pronouncing it in a Uganda way. Before he became the Vice Chancellor, he was the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs in Gulu University and the Dean, School of Distance and Lifelong Learning at College of Education and External Studies, Makerere University, Kampala, Uganda. His expertise research area include adult literacy education, lifelong learning in higher education institutions, knowledge democracy, African indigenous knowledge systems, and community university engagement, and knowledge decolonization and democracy. He is significantly contributing to the debates and publications in these fields. He holds a PhD in education focusing on adult literacy education and literacy as a social practice, reading and writing in real life. He has published numerous articles on these topics and is actively involved in various networks and projects, including international conferences and workshops like today. He is the Vice Chair of the Tolerance Network of Engaged Universities, a member of Global University Network of Innovation, and the chairperson of Uganda Vice Chancellor's Forum and Uganda National Curriculum Development Center. He was formerly a member of Uganda National Examinations Board. He is the African Educationist of the year 2023. Professor George Openjuru has also demonstrated his leadership and impact in the field of education through his coordination of several significant projects. These include literacy for empowerment through training in ethnographic research letter projects in Uganda and Ethiopia, which experimented the world social practice approach to adult literacy education. He also led the Entrepreneurship Literacy Project for literate out-of-school youth in Uganda, a collaboration with Mountain of the Moon University in Uganda, funded by DFID. Additionally, Professor George Openjuru played a crucial role in transformative education for social change in East Africa, project funded by Strategic Partnership for Higher Education Innovation and Reform, UKAID, and is the holder of UNESCO Chair for Lifelong Learning, Youth and Work, and UNESCO Chair for Community-Based Research and Social Responsibility in Higher Education, based at the University of Victoria, Canada, and Priya in India. Ladies and gentlemen, the bio is very rich. Let us now put our hands together to invite Professor George Openjuru to give his keynote address. Professor George Openjuru, you are most welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Willie Ngaka. I always see him as my little brother. on account of having grown up academically together from the time when we were in Makerere. So I thank you for the good introduction that you have given. Dear participants of the first East African Conference on Disability, the first East African Conference on Disability, Inclusive Higher Education, Advancing Access and Inclusion for All. I greet you all in the name of the Lord. Good morning, everybody. My topic has already been indicated to you, but it has the element of the role of institutional leadership in promotion of disability, inclusive higher education, and lifelong learning. That is what I'm going to be discussing today. As you have already been informed, I am the Vice Chancellor of a university, and I think I'm the right person to be discussing this topic of institutionally inclusive strategies for disabled learners. So I would like to start by introducing Kyambogo University. My PowerPoint is going to be up shortly. I would like to state that Kyambogo University is one of the 12 public universities in Uganda. And of course, the third, together with Kyambogo. The first being Makerere University, the second being Barra University of Science and Technology. The third being Kyambogo and Kyambogo University. Currently, the university has 6 faculties and 2 institutes. The Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Science, Faculty of Agriculture and Environment, Faculty of Education and Humanities, Faculty of Business and Development Studies, Faculty of Law, and the Institute of Peace and Strategic Studies, then the Institute of Research and Graduate Studies. It has some satellite campuses in Kotido, in Hoima City, in Kitgum Municipality, and Moroto District, where we are establishing a constituent college, which we hope will be growing into an independent Moroto University. Just like Lira was part of Kyambogo University, but now it is an independent university in Lira, in Uganda, one of the 12. Our vision is to be a leading academic institution for the promotion of community transformation and industrialization for sustainable development. That is our mission. And our motto, accordingly, is for community transformation, changing communities. And that includes person living with disability or differently abled. That's our vision. Our mission is to provide access to quality higher, making it a significant development concern. So ignoring those individuals will be ignoring close to 6 million people in this country. And that would not augur well with the government. Disability include seeing, hearing, speaking, moving, and learning difficulties. Although learners with learning difficulties are not yet getting proper access to higher education, because very few primary schools provide for them. And I believe from this conference, we should come up with a recommendation to government that they should provide for learners with learning difficulties. The underlying cause of disability includes, as I've already said, diseases, some abnormalities, injuries. The situation is worsened by poverty, illiteracy, and various negative attitudes in the community. The government is required to promote and protect the rights of persons with disability, as stated in the Constitution of Uganda, which mandates the empowerment and the provisions of equal opportunities for them. The government has also focused on providing health services, community-based rehabilitation, vocational training, universal primary education, universal secondary education to persons with disability. This disability policy will enhance the quality of life of PWDs by expanding the scope of interventions. The intervention therefore require the active participation of persons with disability themselves. So it is not expecting that people should do for the disabled people, but the disabled people should also do for themselves using their own institutions like Nudipo. And I'm happy that Kyozira is one of the members of the National Curriculum Development Center, about Governing Council, where I am the chairperson. It was read for you in the introduction, to ensure that the curriculum is disability friendly. And I can tell you, she is doing that very ably. So this goes a long way. This intervention then will require monitoring, evaluation for the improvement of the well-being of persons with disability. It will also ensure the involvement of the central government, the local authorities, civil societies, parents, caregivers in supporting PWDs. The government has also ensured the development and implementation of disability inclusive policies in higher education. So I go to the national subsector level of education and the legislative framework. The Universities and Other Tertiary Institution Act, that is the law which controls higher education. And I would like to point out what I just stated at the beginning, that disabled persons are included. So while the national policies on disability does not specifically mention higher education access directly, they talk about the primary schools. There is an equivocal subsector legislative support for students with disability. The Universities and Other Tertiary Institution Act provides for representation of persons with disability in the councils of all universities. So according to Part 3, Section 1, which spells out the composition of the National Council for Higher Education Council, one of the 4 persons appointed by the minister must be a person with disability. So the National Council for Higher Education is the institution that regulates, guides the establishment, management of higher education institutions. It also regulates the quality of higher education. It equates qualification and advises government on matters of higher education, including approval of programs that are run in higher education. Therefore, the persons with disability in that council must act as a gatekeeper to ensure that no institutions of higher learning excludes learners with disability. That is why I say, if they reject any, don't transfer to another university. Even if you want to transfer, but first book the other one who have sent you away. They pay you good. Let them be charged, and then you can transfer. Don't just move quietly. You are encouraging people to continually exclude you. Fight back. Then they will think twice before they can chase you away. They think twice before they can chase you away. Again, in the composition of the University Council, this one was the National Council for Higher Education. Their offices are just next door here. Originally, they were here. But now, they have moved down next to the Inter-University Council of East Africa. You have representation. And that guarantees you that relevant programs or inclusive programs are designed for higher education in Uganda. And we can move as well in East Africa because Inter-University Council offices are also here. So, in the composition of the council, which is the highest decision-making organ of any university, particularly public university, there are 2 representatives for persons with disability. 2. This is provided for in Part 9, Section 1R. 2 representatives of persons with disability. 1 elected by the members of staff. 1 elected by the members of staff who are persons with disability. And then another by NUDIPO, the National Organization of Persons with Disability. This is the law. So you have representation in the council, in the National Council itself, then you have representation in the Institutional Council. And it is the Institutional Council that approves programs to go to National Council. So those are already 2 levels. And don't forget the staff in the faculty boards. So there is absolutely no reason why higher education cannot provide inclusive higher education to persons with disability. Unless people who are put to work in those positions are not doing their work. I can guarantee you and tell you that our representative, not the staff one, but the one sent by NUDIPO, Ali Joffrey, will make sure that you don't take any decision which excludes learners with disability, including building. There is no building that will be approved by our council, the Gulu University Council, without provision for disabled access. The same goes for programs that we developed. So, that tells you that the law protects at all levels of participation people with disability. What does it then require? It requires that the organizations that send them, plus the beneficiaries of this representation, that means the constituency, must themselves be vigilant. I know for those who grow with disability, there are years of this, being disparaged, being despised, being, rejected, and they have developed a kind of low status attitude. It is the onus is on us to let them come out of that shell and fight for their own rights, especially where the laws are clear. Okay. I think I mixed up the PowerPoint. I would like to talk about clear vision and commitment to supporting students with learning disability. I want to discuss that these critical responsibilities of establishing a clear vision and a commitment to inclusive education of these learners with disability as part of the work role of all higher education and their leadership. Their commitment to supporting everybody they supervise, including staff and students with disability, the organization they serve must have a clear vision for providing for learners with disability. It must be an inclusive vision. One of the core values of Gulu University, certainly, inclusivity. Okay. So leaders must ensure and affirm universities' commitment to disability inclusion in admission, recruitment, to overcome social exclusion and barriers faced by people with disability throughout their lives, which leaves an impact on the self-esteem and often lead to self-exclusion. Because, this is what I was saying, years of being put down leaves an impact of self-exclusion. Where they don't want you, you walk away quietly. I'm saying where they don't want you, punch before you leave, so that they will remember you. If you go quietly, they won't remember. Punch before you leave, or punch and remain there. I mean, fight. Of course, self-exclusion, where people with disability choose not to take up or apply or fight for opportunities that are available to them. You know, what I'm saying is the people with disability themselves do not help to be helped. Because of years of exclusion, they develop resistance of excluding themselves. Because you are excluded, you help the people excluding you by excluding yourself before they even exclude you. It's a character that we already know, and if you are in position of decision making, you should be aware of this behavior and help them, like I'm doing now, to overcome these self-exclusionary practices that does not help them to take advantage of the opportunities that are given to them, including mainstream. If they say members of parliament come, don't go for the disability constituency, go for the mainstream constituency as well. So some of the structures that we put also help to exclude disabled. Yes, whereas you want some colleagues to go and voice your issue, you also go for the mainstream position. The women have already done that. There is a women seat for parliament in every district, but they also run for the main constituency together with men, and that is what I would want disabled learners to do. Run for the main positions as well. Don't come to Kyambogo University because that is where you hear disability is being studied, or then makes you think that they are the only disability inclusive university. No, go to Guru University and see. If we are not providing, punch us so that we also get awake. But if you go quietly, you don't help us to help your community. So we take affirmative statements must be accompanying adverts. When we are doing adverts, we try to provide affirmative statements. People with disability are encouraged. If it is a job, people with disability are encouraged to apply. Women are encouraged to apply. All the marginalized groups, we try to say, you are encouraged to apply. But I would want us to reach a level where those statements must not be made. You must know it yourself that if a posting is available, if a scholarship is available, it must not say disabled people are encouraged to apply. No, those are statements which encourages exclusion. But we still need to do it in order to mainstream the disabled people into mainstream thinking so that they can also come on their own. So, we must indicate that access is not discriminative, it's not based on, in terms of, it's not discriminative based on gender or disability. We try to do that all the time. So we are a disability committed institution, and we reiterate, as a university stance on disability inclusion, we provide an assurance to prospective students with disability to take the chance, take the opportunity, and apply not only to Gulu University, but to all universities in Uganda. And I'm saying this as the chairperson of all vice chancellors in Uganda. We have about 61 universities, about 61 vice chancellors, and I am their chairperson. I would encourage that in one of our meetings, I'm going to invite specifically those who can address issues of inclusion in higher education to come and address us. I particularly, and for that reason, I'm particularly interested. I want to know which university chased you. I really want to know that, so that I can take it over myself. Because if they do that as chairperson, I am responsible. And I want to call that vice chancellor to order. Katunguka is for public universities. I am for all of them, both public and private. So even if it is a private university, let me know. If National Council is not listening, at least us as vice chancellors forum who call all universities to order can listen to you. So I'd like now to talk to budget allocation. I think I have missed that one. Budget allocation. Allocating resources and budget for accessibility initiatives in institutions. This is a requirement for all institutions of government. It is again provided by law, guaranteed by Equal Opportunity Council and Commission. When we do our budget as institutions, we send it to the Equal Opportunities to check if it is gender compliance and if it is disability compliance. But now, if the expert in the gender, in the equal opportunity are not active, then that is what we need to address. Because sometimes we do not have the expertise to see if resource allocation within institutions like higher learning are taking into account people with a disability. So the Equal Opportunity Commission looks at budgets every year. Budgets are provided to support the students with disability through the Office of the Dean of Students. Resource allocation to help the implementations. You know that we have, within the Office of the Dean of Students, an arrangement for supporting students with learning, not learning disability, students with disability, because learning disability is another disability itself. We provide them with assistance to lead them around in the compound, assistance to help them access certain facilities which may be a little difficult, and to guide them around, even to read for them texts which may not yet be transcribed, and help them to transcribe where necessary. It means even the people who support, as we argued in our last council, we were giving this money to the disabled student and they thought it was their allowances. We got a new deed and it says, no, it should be paid to the person who provides the support. Now, the people who provide support need training. And I think this responsibility again comes to Kyambogo University, because they are the ones who train. Make sure you start courses for these supporters who support learners with disability. Because it's not just getting a person on the street, some O-level leavers to start pushing these people around, to start tagging them around. No, they must have certain skills to handle an attitude to deal with these learners with disability. But for now, we are just taking anybody. So what we did in our council, after realizing that the students were enjoying and then complaining, then as a VC I said, why are these students complaining that they are not being supported? I realized the money was being given to them. And then they now struggle to get the people to support them. And that was not correct. We have changed the rules. We will be recruiting people to support these learners, because the support required by a blind person with visual impairment is not the same support a person using wheelchair. It's not the same support a person having hearing difficulties. So they must be specialized themselves. They must be trained. And I think we are not yet paying attention when we just give them anybody. And I think that is a gap that we take from this conference that we need to attend to. Start training supporters for these 60 universities who must admit learners with with disability. You know, I've also been very interested in learners with disability. What? 4 minutes left. I am about to. So, with this, if we do all this that I have stated, we will be fostering a culture of inclusion. We already have the legislative framework, we have the UN Charter, we have the councils, the Equal Opportunity Councils, we have all the representations, all the policies. All that needs to be done is perfecting the practice, just as I have stated. In the universities, we need to strengthen the office of the Dean of Students, like we do in Gulu University, to be disability inclusive, and we need to establish more committees. Whereas we have representation, we do not have committees. We peg them to the committees of students' welfare. Institutional policies need to be put in place, and we have institutional policy. We have a university policy we created in 2017 for people with learning disability. We have admission policies. Admission policies, it was part of that I've already indicated. In the university, we are mandated, and this is the one goes to strengthen my point. According to Section 28, subsection 3 of the University Annotation, public universities admission policy mandates the admission committee of public university must take affirmative action to support marginalized group based on gender, disability, disadvantaged schools. That is why I said it is against the law to exclude learners with disability. Provide accommodation. The leaders must be leaders who are aware of people who are being excluded, not only the ladies, but also people with learning disabilities, and also schools with disadvantages. And this year we have decided to take one of our programs to support learners from disadvantaged schools accessing medicine from the region. And their cutoff point was much lower. Of course, we have a condition. Maybe this is an announcement for you. If you want your child to do medicine, send them to secondary schools and universities in the actually sub-region. Then we will admit them for medicine competing among themselves. So they don't compete nationally, they compete sub-regionally. We have started only with our sub-region because we noted that trend. But if you are a person from the sub-region and you studied in Kampala, you compete with the rest. We are discriminatory there. You compete with the rest. So we tell parents, you send your child to Kampala for A-level, O-level, let him compete with the rest. But those ones who studied in those schools that are disadvantaged in the region, because we studied a trend of 10 years and they were not coming. So we decided to take that action. There are a lot of benefits for inclusion. I don't want to state that, but there are also challenges which I have already stated. So in conclusion, I say there is absolutely no reason why higher education in Uganda particularly cannot be inclusive of disabled learners. If that had been the case, I believe today is the last day that imagination comes to an end. It's against the law. So all leadership within institution of higher learning are mandated to provide access to learners with disability. To learners. Disabled persons must claim their rights and not be pushed. They should stop self-exclusion and take up the opportunity. Where they're excluded, leave them, I call it, with a punch, so that they can remember you. People don't remember you if you go humbly. They remember you if you come out with a storm. You can see I admire Trump. He doesn't give a damn. And he came back for the presidency. Even when court cases are on him, all the abuses are on him, but he still became the president. Do exactly what Trump does. Don't give a damn. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor George Openjuru, for simplifying this topic. You talked about the role of institutional leadership in promoting disability-inclusive higher education. You introduced Kyambogo University with various faculties and various programs. You started by talking about Uganda's commitment to inclusion with specific reference to universal primary education, universal secondary education, and also noted that higher education in Uganda cannot be an exception. You made the reference to laws that say that all higher education institutions must admit all students regardless of their disability status. And you went ahead and advised the House that if that happens, you bang them before you leave. You also talked about the distinction between Kyambogo University that holds a special position in this country and maybe in this sub-region, and other universities because they have specialized program in disability studies, which other universities do not have. But that, to my dean, also comes with a responsibility, which he says that we should now prepare to train the disability supporters that other universities are going to hire, because we are not just going to pick people from the streets. There must be people with the right competencies. He also mentioned about the mandate of government in ensuring that all educational institutions at different levels, and specifically the higher education, must be inclusive, and also pointed out the role of Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development in Uganda in doing that. You also mentioned that Universities and Tertiary Institutions Act provides that higher education must take care of all learners, all students, regardless of their ability status. You made a specific reference to the fact that all university councils have a provision for representation of 2 persons with disabilities and to factor into issues that are going to address the needs of persons with disability trying to access higher education. You went ahead to enumerate the role of leaders and leadership in universities by helping promote inclusive education practice in all services that are provided, identifying and recognizing self-exclusion attitudes by students with disability themselves, and as a leader addressing them squarely so that they are able to be empowered to do things like any other able students. You also talked about the role of Equal Opportunities Commission in ensuring that budgets are gender and inclusive compliant. Professor George Openjuru, I think we couldn't have a better person to dissect this topic, and I'll be doing a disservice to my organizing committee because this was one of the things that we wanted. You have come here surprised that there are universities that are rejecting or even refusing to allow them when they are already admitted to continue. So because of that, I know we are not supposed to have time for question and answer. By the power and authority entrusted upon me as the chair of the organizing committee, I want to use this power to invite only 2 questions, if they are there. If they are not there, then I will ask the audience to clap for you, and we invite our next keynote speaker. I have seen Victor, you can, I want a gender. If there is no gender, yeah. Victor, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Pejuru. Mine is a supplement, not a question.
It's welcome.
It is true, Professor. And I speak in 3 capacities. One, I have been a member of the National Council for Higher Education for 10 years. And I was approached by many students with disabilities who were rejected by some public and private universities in this country. One university, public, admitted a student with severe physical impairment for Bachelor of Medicine. But on reporting and discovering that the student was severely physically impaired, the student was rejected. And the student decided to go to court. And knowing the family background of this student, who was from around Mbarara, we saw that this family would not afford costs, court costs. So we advised the student to come to Makerere. We worked with Makerere. The student was taken up in Makerere. That is real. Number 2, a private university. A student with visual impairment was admitted. On reporting and finding that the student was visually impaired, the student was sent back. The student came to us at that time. I was the treasurer of the Uganda National Association of the Blind. We advised the student to go to court with the support of the Uganda National Association of the Blind, but later on, the board decided that we should get the student to another university in fear of court costs. And it is the reason, one reason why people with disabilities decided to start an organization called Legal Action for Persons with Disabilities in Uganda, so that they could, that organization could offer free legal services. So the challenge we have is a mindset, which one of the people who shared experiences yesterday pointed out. A mindset in our universities. We need to create awareness. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vista. I know reaction can either be a question or it can be a contribution. Thank you for that contribution.
And Prof, we can try to summarize it because we are not doing well on time at all.
No, just the last word.
Thank you
No,
very
we
much.
only need 2.
My name is Josephine Amaro from GIZ. Thank you, Professor. You talked about government of Uganda's commitment. I am sorry to ask, where do we see the commitment of the Ugandan government? When you look at this house and the sponsors of this conference, have you seen any sponsorship from the government of Uganda? You have said you are the chairperson of all the vice chancellors in these universities. You are taking a responsibility as an individual to enforce this. Where is the government of Uganda to enforce this? I would think the government of Uganda would say, put a policy and say each university should have a certain percentage of persons with disability admitted. Where is this? To what extent is the government of Uganda committed to this? I see its partners that are pulling this, that are putting voices towards disability inclusion. We want to see our government come up to support this.
as a father, as a chairperson, you have done your part. Thank you.
Thank you. George, 1 minute.
Professor, we thought the response could come after break, maybe. Okay. Make use of the microphone, Professor.
I'm told as a person with disability, he has a very burning issue. Allow me, members, to give him that opportunity, please.
As I also announced the presence of the Commissioner in charge of special needs at the Ministry of Education and Sports, who should help us answer that question about government support.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I really have a burning question. Thank you, Professor, for the wonderful presentation. Yeah, the policies are very good. I only have one question. Actually, there are two questions. The first one is on the issue of admitting students on government scheme at the universities. Yes, the scheme is there, but other universities are very stubborn. They accept you on the day of reporting, you're rejected. And for the case of the private universities, when you apply there for a certain course, they'll admit you. But when they look at you that you're a person with disabilities, they'll ask how many persons with hearing impairment. They'll say, I'm the only person. They will say, the university will benefit nothing. This one person, what does this person add to the university? So they end up kicking you outside. Yeah. So if you're like 20 people with disabilities, there they can admit. But if you're only one person, the disability, it's very hard for the university to admit you. So I don't know how you're going to address that concern. Then secondly, government announced the scheme for students on the scholarship. 64 slots for the students, yes. Yeah, there are 64 slots. And they really approved it. Of course, the interpreter was also there. But now the biggest challenge is that private students, when they join the university, whether in Gulu, Kyambogo, Mbarara universities, they are given opportunities. But again, when on arrival, they find challenges. Some universities don't have interpreters. Now take a situation of Mbarara, Gulu University. Do they have interpreters that will help these students with hearing impairment to access the education effectively? But the policies there, the law is very clear for affirmative action. So we really see that it's also a very big challenge. Of course, they are paying a lot of money at the university, those private universities. But of course, they don't have people to help them access the education. So how are you going to help on that? What's the way forward for that? Thank you so much. Those are the two questions that I had.
The questions have been clear. My request was that we do the response after break, because we are not really doing well on time.
No, if we could,
if all of us could just, if I could draw our attention to the program of the day. Can you open the program and see how many speakers we have today? So let's just bear with the situation and have the responses come. Professor, I thought the response from government would really require some detail, and that detail can come after break. Similarly, Professor was just winding up by giving one comment, and then we'll respond. Government will respond
also,
after break.
After that we close.
Yeah, thank you very much. But I think the statement that government is doing nothing is incorrect. Maybe you can say not doing enough. Because for admissions, we are admitting the 64. And those are mandatory positions that must be occupied. If they are being chased like the person says, then that is an implementation problems and an attitude problems that we must deal with. And that is where I say the disabled persons should also stop excluding themselves. As far as this conference is concerned, Kyambogo is a government institution. And they are the ones organizing it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner, kindly go ahead.
Thank you so much. Let me just add something. I'm very happy that Professor Penju has answered the question, but I just want to add something little. You know, we have had, especially people from the NGO world, our partners, in many meetings, you're always coming up, what is government doing? But for me even to call you for this meeting, for you to be here with me, for me to organize this meeting, that is government. I don't know what we are calling this. Even sitting here in this hall. And when you look there, we have Ministry of Education logo put there. Ministry of Education takes all the universities. Ministry of Education takes a lot of things, all the institutions. By government paying Professor Penju a salary, that is government's commitment. So we shouldn't be looking at things as in terms of if I'm doing an activity, so how much has government put there? No, that's not the way government works. And you're here to support government. That is why you also exist. And when you're doing your work, you're doing it on behalf of government of Uganda. Are you doing it for yourself? Are you serving yourselves? So that kind of talk, I think, has been on and on. I think it's high time we get away from it. We are working here for the people of Uganda, and the government of Uganda is highly committed. Like he said, maybe not enough just because the resources are minimal. We have to cut the cake to everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and that was none other than the Commissioner in charge of Special Needs at the Ministry of Education and Sports, Madam Sarah Chiboli Bugosi. Thank you so much. Professor, thank you very much for managing that session. Sorry for rushing you. Angela, what do you want to tell us?
Welcome back, everybody, from that session. So time is not our best ally, and we are going to go in for our break session, which is going to take strictly 20 minutes. And then we shall come back for the next session, which will be a keynote presentation. So have a lovely break,
As
everyone.
I continue drawing our attention to the very lengthy program of the day,
yes,
also to caution the speakers coming in consequently that we can no longer use 1 hour. If we use 1 hour each, then we'll end tomorrow. Otherwise, we shall adjust accordingly. Thank you so much, Professor Vice Chancellor Gulu. I've just been reading the papers. You are being praised for dominating some quiz. It is an intellectual quiz. Thank you very much for leading that side. Let's head to the break time venue. This way, as we mentioned yesterday, through this door, this time the service provider has lined up so many people to serve us in 10 minutes.
there are two serving points, the front and the behind. And a brief reminder, in case you feel you're not feeling well today, we still have the Red Cross members just behind the registration tent. There is a Red Cross tent. So feel free to approach them and be given first aid. Thank you all for coming for this session.
And in case you have many other questions for government, I know that the Commissioner Special Needs didn't move alone. She has a team of about 7 people on ground. Please interact with them in this break.
own language. Even when they know they have foreign lecturers, they appreciate their heritage and their identity, the reason he has publications even in the local language. I think let's put our hands together for that kind of academic engagement where the local languages are appreciated. The professor also supervises postgraduate students, and he is actually a full professor of special needs and inclusive education. So he is actually the right person for this conference. So he's going to give his keynote, and his topic is the state of disability inclusion in African universities, and he will be touching on policy and best practices. In the interest of time, I would like to invite him here, but the inviter is Ephraim Lemin Wagaba, works for the Department of Adult Community and Lifelong Learning. That department is in the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation. Wagaba is passionate about disability, especially when it comes to microfinance and livelihoods, and had a sister who had mental challenges, who unfortunately passed on, but those are the experiences that I have had as a human being interfacing with disability. Professor, you're most welcome, and we have agreed we will take a maximum of 40 minutes. We would be happier if it is slightly less, so that we create some room for discussion. You're welcome, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Ephraim, for your very kind words introducing me. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure and honor to be part of this vital conference on disability inclusion in higher education across Eastern Africa. I would like to correct just my title a little bit, it's modified. We gather today to discuss a topic that has the power to improve provisions, empower communities, and may foster a more inclusive higher educational landscapes in Eastern Africa. This conference aims to bring together esteemed scholars, policy researchers, and the stakeholders to discuss the challenges, opportunities, and the strategies for promoting disability inclusion in higher education institutions across the region. By exploring the complex issues surrounding disability inclusion, we seek to empower communities, improve provisions, and to foster a more inclusive education landscape in Eastern African higher education institutions. What are the realities on the ground? As you have seen, my topic is about rhetoric and realities on the ground. Yesterday and today, we have been discussing a lot of problems. Yes, there are problems. There are also good experiences, improvements as well. So, as you know, many of you, that approximately 15% of the world's population experience significant disabilities. However, some Eastern African countries have their own reports, which are most often less than the international prevalent rate, such as 2% Ethiopia, 5%, 7%, and 12% Uganda. I think 5% is Kenya and 7% is Tanzania. The reality for persons with disabilities in developing nations is being challenged by numerous barriers, including cultural factors, manifested in discrimination, negative community attitudes, lack of support, and prevailing stigma and stereotypes, unfair treatment or inequities, unfairness, and a lack of awareness with the community. All these barriers together inhibit children with disabilities to go to school. If they get opportunity for school, few of them, again, they faced another cycle of challenges, such as inaccessibility of infrastructure and the transportation from school to home and home to school, a scarcity of educational resources, insufficient access to assistive technology, maybe in some places there is no technology at all, resource constraints and including limited financial support due to scarce institutional budgets for creating adequate educational provisions. These are all also true in higher education institutions, starting from the time of transition from secondary school to colleges, including lack of appropriate support during the transition process. You know, they spend much time in looking for admission. They go ups and down. They may not get access to offices of officials to be admitted in higher education institutions, and they are traveling from remote locations. Furthermore, the students may be forced to drop after admitted from college to the perpetuated barriers and hinder longer-term retention. Retention is also one of the difficulties once they are admitted into higher education. For all these barriers, lack of implementation policy is a reality. That's true. We are talking, much about implementation. And the ground to the full and equal participation of persons with disabilities. In Eastern Africa, African countries, this stigma and discrimination severely limits their access to education, which few reaching higher education levels, very few. As far as I have read from different literature and research findings from Eastern Africa, the number of students enrolled in higher education institutions is very, very much limited. Those who do graduate often struggle to find employment after graduation again. We have national research on this in Ethiopia in 10 universities. Students, once they graduate, it is difficult to get a job, trapping them in a cycle of poverty and the negative impacts their development, a cycle created by systematic failures, not by the disabilities themselves. The barriers are external, not due to their impairment. As John Erickson once said, disability is not a barrier to living a full and meaningful life, yet the lack of resources can create a cycle of poverty that makes life more difficult for persons with disabilities, particularly in Africa. All the aforementioned barriers are leading to elevated rates of depression, see, another psychosocial problem, and shorter lifespan for persons with disabilities. I can tell you one example of psychosocial problems. Due to lack of reasonable accommodation, one of our blind students burned himself because he forgot his ID and back home. When he come back to the hall, the exam hall, the examiner, the invigilator, invited him to enter. Then he go home and fired himself. You see, because of lack of reasonable accommodation. The root cause of these barriers lies in the systematic negligence of the need of persons with disabilities at both the macro and the micro levels. It starts from policy. Of course, there are policy issues in all countries. I have checked in Eastern Africa, and they have good policies. They ratified all the international conventions and the like. Impairment is not inherently disabling. Rather, it is a result of societal failures to accommodate and include. Disability is a social construct. It's a social construct. This means the true barriers are not individual limitations. It's not the visual impairment. It's not the hearing impairment. It's not the physical impairment, but the inaccessibility of societal structure, apathy, misunderstandings, and the lack of disability inclusive philosophy. That is a missing part. True disability inclusion requires equitable access to education, employment, and the aspects of daily life. By addressing the shortcomings, we can not only empower persons with disabilities, but we can create a more inclusive society, which we are striving all the time. Inclusive societies that benefit all citizens. As Jesse Jackson once said, inclusion is not a matter of a political correctness, he said. It is the key to growth of all members of the society. We cannot eradicate poverty without educating our people with disabilities, because disability is cyclical. Despite the rhetoric on inclusive education, the reality of disability inclusion in higher education institutions across Eastern Africans remains a pressing concern. I'm also observed today and yesterday that it is really a pressing concern. What we hear from the beneficiaries and the stakeholders is good indicator that we have to do a lot to include persons with disabilities in higher education. Research reveals that the practice of disability inclusion in the region is alarmingly low, which is less than 5% of students with disabilities enrolled in primary and secondary schools. Less than 5%. And less than 1% in higher education institutions. For example, some politicians are proud of enrolling the high number of students with disabilities at Addis Ababa University. But when we calculate from the total students without a disability, it's less than 1%. That is true for other African countries. This stark reality raises questions about the rhetoric versus reality of disability inclusion in Eastern Africa. So what are the rhetoric again? The rhetoric and the reality of disability inclusion in higher education presents a complex interplay between policy, practice, and the lived experiences. Most often we are very theoreticians, particularly higher education scholars. This includes outlining relevant legal frameworks. Yes, we contribute, conducting research, and policies such as UN Convention, education acts, like you have heard from Uganda, and the advocates for the realization of sustainable development goals, particularly Article 4, emphasizing the social model of disability and inclusive education, and amplify the voice of persons with disabilities in policy making through their disability organizations. Discussions in addressing diversity and the intersectionality and framing accessibility as a fundamental human right. It's a fundamental human right, not a privilege. Challenging stereotypes thinking, advocating for the economic benefit of inclusion, and outlining legal and ethical obligations are very strong rhetoric. Conducting research and delivering the research findings in journals and in conferences like this is very strong, looks very strong. Being supported in the research in higher education institutions. Scholars seems strong in promoting education, raising awareness, leveraging technological advancements, crafting impactful mission. We have seen missions, for example, visions and the missions from Ghana, from Uganda as well. And awareness campaigning in their program documents of higher education institutions. Even today we have seen from Professor George, the mission and vision. But what are the intersection of rhetoric and reality? That's what I'm very much interested to talk about. While many countries have enacted positive and rhetoric and policies around disability inclusion, such as ratifying UN conventions and issuing legislations, the actual policies, the actual implementation of these measures remain alarmingly very low, as I said earlier. The tangible reality often falls short of these promises. For example, in East Africa, the enrollment rate for students with disability in higher education, as I said earlier, it is less than 1% compared to the non-disabled students in the region. University environments are frequently inaccessible, leaving students with disability feeling unwelcomed and unsupported. Still there are problems. Structural problems, physical structural problems, attitudinal problems still. Even among the few students with disabilities admitted to higher education, they often face significant barriers, such as lack of awareness. Still, there is inclusive policy at the national level, but some higher education institutions lack these policies. Inclusive policies, assistive technologies, trained personnel are also not maybe there in many universities, including my country. Inaccessible facilities. To bridge the gap between rhetoric and the reality, it is essential to translate the promises of inclusion into actionable strategies and the concrete steps that lead to meaningful changes. That's what we are lacking really in African universities in general, developing countries in general. Policies must be translated into tangible practices, ensuring individuals with disabilities have truly equal opportunities. You know, we are talking about equity, about equality, which are rhetoric. But we need to have them truly equal opportunities. Disability should not be viewed as a deficiency or burden, but rather as part of the diverse human experience. They can equally contribute for the nation. As Ban Ki-moon once said, pointed out, disability is not inability. When we invest in inclusion, we enable all members of society to contribute the common good. We have to underline these points really. Inclusiveness is very important, not only for persons with disabilities, but for all of us. We cannot escape from poverty unless we educate persons with disabilities. Maybe some people are proud that it looks normal, but one day there is a possibility to be impaired. Truly inclusive higher education institutions in East Africa require addressing the pervasive disabling and attitudes and the structural barriers that continue to marginalize persons with disabilities. Mahatma Gandhi, again, in addition to Ban Ki-moon, said the true measures of any society can be found in how it means, how it treats its most vulnerable members. Treating vulnerable members means treating myself as well, treating other people as well. So this applies to individuals with disabilities who often face economic and social exclusion. While progress has been made, which work remains to make institutions truly inclusive, disability inclusive education is a pressing concern again, as approximately 50% of the population lives with disabilities, like we have heard this morning, 6 million in Uganda and 21 million in Ethiopia, with disabilities that inhibit educational opportunities. This perpetuates a cycle of poverty and social exclusion. Disability inclusion in higher education is crucial to break this cycle, like it or not, recognizing the interconnectedness of disability and the poverty, unlocking potential, and cultivating a richer educational experience for all. All means all, including persons with disabilities. Disability inclusion in higher education requires not only rhetoric, just laws and policies, but a genuine commitment to implementation. A genuine commitment to implementation. The philosophy of inclusion is grounded in the fundamental belief that every individual has inherent right to education, regardless of abilities. This principle is based on a core value of respect, dignity, and human right. The key question is whether higher education institutions are genuinely committed to and implementing disability inclusive practices. True inclusion is essential for creating a just and equitable inclusive society in Eastern Africa, of course in the world. The basic questions need to be answered at the following. You can read from the screen. Really, are we answering these questions practically? Are individuals with disabilities accepted into our higher education across all academic programs? Yes or no? Do you admit blind students in the Department of Mathematics, Physics? You know, one of the popular mathematician, a professor in mathematics in the United States is a blind person. That is possible. Learning mathematics is possible in Africa. But due to the means we have, due to the stereotype thinking, we are not admitting them. Is the number of a disabled person, I'm saying, sorry, I should not say disabled person. I say this because it is a society that disabled them. They are not totally disabled, but they are disabled by the society. Politically right to say a disabled person. Proportional to the number of non-disabled persons. Do our campuses provide adequate physical accessibilities of all students with disabilities? Do individuals with disabilities actively engage in their learning process? They have a good brain. They are intelligent enough like any other person. Maybe some of them are talented, some of them are gifted, but due to the barriers in the environment, they may not perform as they are expected to do so. So do the higher education institutions provide a full range of services, including braille materials, assistive technologies, sign language interpretation, We have heard that there are problems not only in Uganda, in my country as well, and other accommodations. Do the curriculum accommodate the learning needs and the potential of these students? Have they achieved success in their studies? And finally, do graduates from these programs find employment after completing their studies? Are basic questions. You know, admitting students in higher education is meaningful only when we provide them support, create accessibility, and finally, they must achieve, like any other students. If they don't achieve, just sitting, being confined in a classroom is meaningless. Ladies and gentlemen, higher education institutions have a responsibility to create an environment where all students can thrive, regardless of their abilities. Inclusion is not just about admitting students, but supporting them by fostering a welcoming culture where everyone feels valued and empowered to participate fully. No partial participation. This requires implementing effective accommodation, providing accessible resources, and cultivating a culture of empathy and understanding. However, many higher education institution environments fail to be supportive fail to be accessible for welcoming, hindering the inclusion and the support of students with disabilities. Am I in a hurry? Is that okay? Am I fast? Okay, okay. Providing equitable access to higher education for persons with disabilities would allow them to demonstrate their immense potential, resilience, and creative thinking. As Albert Einstein said, education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. We have to also think to elevate, to eradicate poverty by including people with disabilities in our institutions fully, not partially. This would enable them to lead impactful lives and make significant contribution to their communities, society, and the world. Recognizing the values and the strengths of people with disabilities can transform perceptions, foster inclusive attitudes and policies, and create a society where access and inclusion are norm, not the exception. Addressing the inadequate training for educators, lack of resources, and negative societal attitudes that perpetuate discrimination is crucial to dismantle the physical and systemic barriers, hindering their access to higher education and employment opportunities. In conclusion, I would like to realize inclusion would create a culture of respect, empowerment, and equal participations, enriching our collective identity and strengthening communities across East Africa. Higher education institutions, to foster true inclusion in higher education, we must advocate for systematic change, ensuring accessible facilities, giving a priority for disability awareness training for faculty members and the staff, and actively engage students with disabilities to understand their unique needs. Achieving inclusion necessitates intentional, collaborative efforts to promote accessibility, combat discrimination, and dismantle barriers. Training faculty and staff in inclusive teaching practice is essential to support and value all the students. Actively engaging students with disabilities is crucial, as their insights are invaluable in shaping effective policies and the programs. Full inclusion of individuals with disabilities can challenge social stigma and foster a culture of true belongingness. Provisions must adapt to the diverse needs and the potential of all learners, as inclusion is a fundamental human right. It's right. Disability advocates, as Judy Heumann, emphasize the importance of not just including, but actively valuing and empowering individuals with disabilities through necessary tools and resources. Recognizing the inherent worth of each person is essential for a truly inclusive society where everyone can thrive. So I would just remind you what the Ministry of Education yesterday said in his remarks. He said, we should not, maybe I'm not quoting us exactly word by word, but on my own understandings. He said, we should not talk about the problems now and then. In the second conference, we have to show the progress. The progress. I don't know where the second conference is going to be prepared, but we'll see. So the way forward, what should be the way forward for disability inclusion in higher education in Eastern Africa? I have just a few points. Creating accessible infrastructure such as building classrooms and the digital accessibility such as online resources, website, and learning management system compliant with accessibility standards. Removing social barriers through capacity building on the implementation of inclusive practices. 3, establishing support service through Disability Resource Center. By the way, we have very strong disability center at Addis Ababa University. It is a model disability center for the nation. Number 4, implement making policy flexible and an inclusive curriculum that realize universal design for learning. 5, community building for peer support programs and establishing student with disability organization in higher education institutions. I don't know yours, but we have also disability organization who are just fighting for their right. Developing more inclusive policies and assessment policies. In general, this is my final statement, in general, it is a necessity for East African higher education institutions to collaborate, to promote diversity, realizing disability inclusion, sustaining development, building a prosperous future, and fostering an inclusive society by connecting, creating a strong education system, sharing knowledge and experience, and nurturing innovation. We can make meaningful progress for East African society. University for all, for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for that wonderful presentation. Yes, you can have a seat. I think let's give him another round of applause for the very wonderful presentation. And I have seen he has also received some flowers, a sign that even the audience is attempting to be inclusive. I just want us to spend a few minutes, and I will allow maybe 2 questions in the interest of time. One from this side and another one from this side. I am already seeing 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4. But as we think about...
Okay. I'm the luckiest guy, the first person. Thank you, Prof, for this very interesting presentation. Mine is not a question. It's not a question, but it's a contribution. Prof raised very, very, very important issues, and I thought we should think about them. When he asked a question, if disabled students will be accepted across all programs, all our programs. I don't know whether he's saying Africa or East Africa, but I'm thinking about what Africa, if disabled students will be accepted across all programs or in all universities, not across Africa. Kim, are you here? Yes, get up. How many students from Uganda are in our program in the university? 30, but how many of them are disabled students? Now, you see, 30 students in the Ghana, but none of them has what? Disability. Why? You see, while other students can move freely around and take program, those with disability are restricted in our home country. You see, why it is so? We also have the right to move around to take courses from Ghana to Uganda. It's just what a short distance, but disabled students cannot go. But if you say America first, they will go to America. But just short country here, they can't go. Why? It's our environment. And I see that probably there's a lot of factors, and there are same problems in Ghana. So I've been thinking, can't we collaborate? You see, collaborate African, can't we collaborate to deal with these problems? You see, Ghana, we are just alone. We are not learning from anybody. When I came here, I see that there was a vast difference between what is being done here in Ghana. But there's a lot of Ghanaians can learn from here. But we are just we are not collaborating. See? And we have this office, the African Union. The African Union, there's a disability office there. Are they helping us? Are they also collaborating with the academia, disability activists and students? You see, so what I want to say from this is that I'm thinking that there is lack of collaboration among us. We are not pulling our resources together. If we are collaborating, pulling our resources together, I think we can deal with some of these problems. We can have students from Ghana, students with disability from Ghana, coming here to take the courses that they can see. In fact, I think if our students with disability come here, they will have an easier environment here than what in Ghana. In Ghana, our environment is more restricted than here. But we are not aware because we are not collaborating. We don't know. Because we are not collaborating, we don't know anything about here. But if we know more about here, in fact, East Africa generally, we're reading about East Africa.
I think.
And I see that there are a lot being done here on several issues than what West Africa do. But when we are there, we think that we are doing more, but more here than what that place.
I think
collaboration will be very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Point for us to think about how we can, Africans, we can collaborate to help those who have disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I am constrained by time. I'm going to be very strict. Let it be as brief as it can possibly be.
Okay.
Kindly bear with us.
Thank you, Professor, for your insightful presentation. Mine is more of a contribution to say it's all about political will, and that's where you can realize reality opposed to rhetoric. And I just want to give one example that we did in Zimbabwe, quickly in 1 minute. you know, at times there are some student disabilities we don't even know there are facilities at university level. So what we used to do is, as soon as the examination results are out, we went straight to the examination council, get all the list of student disabilities that have written across the country, and then we use that list to trace all students to make sure that they come to university. I think that's another thing to show political will.
Thank you. I am not allowing the hands I hadn't recognized earlier. I beg to be excused, really. We don't want to overshoot other people's sessions.
I think we have just one last question.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, Professor. At least I got some points with your presentation. My appeal may be to this wonderful conference that you are talking more about reality, and the reality, I believe, is relative. As the same as disability. It's a bit relative. Some people think some forms of disabilities are not disabilities. So it's my kind of appeal in regard to your presentation that maybe at the end of it, at the end of the day, we try to, because even when you look at our attendance sheet that we are filling, we do not recognize the different types of disabilities. I wish we had done that. Maybe in this conference we can identify the different minor kind of disability, as the world may call them minor, but they are very stressing. Like, for example, I have vitiligo. It stressed me so much to the extent that I wanted to commit suicide, until God helped me and I got healed, and I have coped, and through that I've helped others not to commit suicide and get all that stigma and trauma and all that. But to the world, some people say it's minor, it's just a skin thing. Yet it discriminates you in terms of employment, acceptability in the society, mental distress. You think there is something wrong with you. And apart minus that, also the physical disability where you, like when it attaches your eye, like for me, you are visually impaired. You cannot do things very well because of the artificial light. So my appeal to here that maybe at the end of the day, we can list some of the disabilities, especially if we have some representatives here. We are being undermined, and we also can be included in our either journal or our paper that's going to come out. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I had hoped that the Dean would ask the last question. Since he's out, we cannot reverse the clock. I really want to appreciate your presentation, and maybe my last word would be, sometimes we need to commit ourselves. I was listening to policy and practice, rhetoric and reality. So for us who are here and who have attended this conference, I would like us to make a commitment, because he made a call to what he called genuine commitment to disability inclusion. So you and me, look at the ceiling, close your eyes a bit, do what you want to do, use like 20 seconds or 30 seconds to think about what you can personally do to promote genuine disability inclusion. Just 20 seconds. The Almighty has registered your resolutions and will help you to make those resolutions a reality. Thank you. We will allow you 1 minute closing remark as I leave as we close the session. 1 minute strictly.
Yes, thank you for the comments. In 1 minute, what I would like to say is there is no minor and a major disability. All disabilities could be major or minor, depending on the societal attitude. You know, Stephen Hawking, he's a professor of science and mathematics at, what's that university? Cambridge University. His disability looks major. He cannot speak, he cannot walk, he's confined in a wheelchair, but his contribution is very big, better than all of us. He's cosmologist, he's advisor of NASA. So he's, you know, it is attitudinal. You may be affected by, you know, having little minor disability. You may be affected by attitudinal problems. Lastly, you know, we are disabled sometimes even due to our color, Africans. You know, I appreciate if you find and read very important book, The Mismeasure of Man. The Mismeasure of Man. It is written by White, but it is confessing about the IQ test. Black people labeled because of not a culture-free tastes, so as, you know, inferior to white. So please read this book. It is written by Jew man, Mismeasure of Man. Very important. It is due to be my doctoral course, this book. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Ephraim Mwagaba and Professor Alemayehu Teklamariam for that insightful presentation. Dr. Ephraim ended on a brilliant note by leaving us an exercise to which I'm going to add a simple adage from the 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama. In his words, he said, "You cannot wait for some other person or some other time to create the change you so much desire. You are the change we have been waiting for." I thank you very much. And next, ladies and gentlemen, on our agenda is a topic, enhancing inclusion in higher education, a case study of Zanzibar teacher training institutions. It's going to be moderated. It's going to be moderated by the chairperson, Professor Janice Businje. Allow me welcome Professor Janice Businje to chair our next session, who will go ahead and introduce the keynote. I thank you very much. And the time for the next session, Professor, is strictly 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome to this session. And our presenter for today is building on the morning sessions to take us on a journey of enhancing inclusion in higher education and looking at a Zanzibar case. And this is none other than Dr. Said Juma. Dr. Said Juma, I'll just go through his short profile in terms of what is written here, not because it is a short profile, it's quite a long one. Said Juma is a Dean of School of Education at the University of Zanzibar, State University of Zanzibar, and holds a doctoral degree in inclusive education. He has extensive experience in teaching courses like educational research, methods, inclusive education, and community-based inclusive development. Internationally, he is an active member of the Enabling Education Network, CIC, and locally, he contributes to the Zanzibar National Steering Committees for Inclusive Development. Dr. Juma collaborates with organizations to advocate for the education of learners with disabilities and supports teacher professional development for inclusion. Please allow me to welcome Dr. Juma. Let's give a round of applause as he comes to the podium.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. My presentation connects very well with Professor Alemayo's keynote speech about rhetoric and reality in higher education institutions. Yeah, so my presentation is on the study context and background, methodology, key findings, conclusion, and recommendations. Yeah. Right, like what Professor Alemayo said, at higher institutions, we have rhetoric. We praise ourselves of adhering to international and national instruments supporting inclusion. And here are some of them in the context of Zanzibar. Yeah, so first of all, for those who may not be aware, Zanzibar is a semi-autonomous part within the United Republic of Tanzania. Yeah, so the Salamanca Statement and Framework for Action, Sustainable Development Goal number 4, UNCRPD's Article 24, Zanzibar Constitution, Zanzibar Development Vision 2050, Zanzibar Education Policy of 2006, and Zanzibar People with Disabilities Act number 8 of 2022. All these address the right to education for all, and they do not discriminate higher education for students with disabilities. They all address the right to education at all levels for all. In Zanzibar, there are about 6 higher education institutions, and 2 of them are public, and all these are regulated by Tanzania Commission for Universities. Yeah, so in this study, I had 44 participants in total, including students with disabilities and students without disabilities, university academicians, librarians, admission officers, and quality assurance officers in 3 of the 6 universities providing higher education in Zanzibar. Here is what inclusive education is understood in Zanzibar. So it's a wider understanding of what inclusive education is. So inclusive education is about ensuring that every learner in every country is present in education, so at all levels, nursery, primary, secondary, college, university, and is participating in academic and social activities and is achieving to the best of their ability. So that's briefly PPA, presence, participation, and achievement. So inclusive education is about ensuring that every learner is present, is actively participating in the learning process, and is achieving to the best of their ability. Yeah. Now I'm going to present some of the key findings with regards to inclusion practices in Zanzibar higher education institutions. So first, we have academic reasonable accommodations. As from 2021, universities in Zanzibar, the State University of Zanzibar in particular, revised their academic regulations, and a section on academic reasonable accommodations was added. And here are some points on the academic reasonable accommodations in the university academic regulations. So there is alternate scheduling for completing coursework, research projects, practical training, dissertation, theses, or examinations, provision of oral and visual language interpreters, support during examinations, including extra time, provision of a private or semi-private room, use of a computer and access to a reader or scribe as needed, also oral examinations. Yeah, so these are provided in the document called Academic Regulations. Then another practice is buddy system. In the higher education universities in Zanzibar, there is a practice called buddy system where students with disabilities are paired with their non-disabled peers to give them support, because none of the universities has employed support persons for disability, for students with disabilities. So mostly universities in Zanzibar rely on buddy system where students without disabilities are encouraged to give support to their disabled students. Then pedagogical training to staff. There is an attempt in the 3 selected universities to provide pedagogical training on inclusive pedagogies at different levels. Then there's also weekly meetings as a form of CPD, continuous professional development. At one of the 3 universities, every week, staff would meet, share ideas, including inclusive practices. Then another practice is supporting students' government services for inclusivity. The university management provide financial support, or they have financial allocation for students' governments. So students' governments activities include activities on supporting students with disabilities. So this is found to be a commitment or a good practice for universities in Zanzibar. Another one is financial support and loan services. In Tanzania and Zanzibar, there are higher education students loan boards. So among the criteria for accessing these loans is having a disability and other criteria. So at least students with disabilities are given a priority to access loans. Yeah, priority accommodation for students with special needs in hostels. This is another practice. Students with disabilities are given priority in hostels. i.e. in curricula, inclusive education in curricula. Recently, there have been initiatives to ensure that inclusive education is embedded in higher education curricula. At one university, the State University of Zanzibar, there is a diploma program called Diploma in Inclusive and Special Needs Education. Also, other programs, especially education programs, have one standalone courses. In programs like Diploma in Early Childhood Education, Diploma in Physical Education and Sport Sciences, Diploma in Science with Education, these programs have one course called Basics of Inclusive Education, introducing inclusive education aspects, inclusive education pedagogies, to student teachers who are taking these programs. We also have inclusive pedagogy course. We have Master of Education in Youth, Gender and Development. In this program, there is an inclusive education course. Also, with NAD's financial support, Norwegian Association of Disabled is also working in Zanzibar, and it strongly supports inclusive education initiatives in Zanzibar, including at a higher education level. So with financial support from NAD, SUZA, that's the State University of Zanzibar, provides technical support to other teacher training institutions using 7 inclusive education modules developed by ENET. ENET stands for Enabling Education Network, which is a network of ENET, Enabling Education Network, which includes experts, inclusive education experts, and it's an organization based in the University of Manchester, UK. So there are 7 inclusive education modules which are also used in other countries like Ethiopia. They are used in Uganda, Somalia, and also Eastern Europe. So these modules are introduced to higher education institutions in Zanzibar. Now I'm going to talk about local and international collaboration, how higher education institutions in Zanzibar collaborate with other partners to make sure that inclusive education is embedded in higher education curriculum. So we have NAD again, Norwegian Association of Disabled, Madrasa, Early Childhood Program Zanzibar, Ministry of Education and Vocational Training. We also have National Council for Persons with Disabilities. So these are among the partners that collaborate with universities to make sure that inclusive education is also featured in the higher education curriculum. With the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, there is one member who should be a student from a registered disabled students organization in higher learning institutions. So the Peoples with Disabilities Act has a provision that one of the members in the National Council for Persons with Disabilities should be a student from a higher learning institution, but he or she should come from a registered organization. So at the State University of Zanzibar, students with disabilities have their organization, and one of their members is a member in the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. Then we have other projects like Norway Zanzibar, NOZA, also INATE again. So through these partnerships, we also learn more or expose universities on inclusion practices. We also have a project called Rehabilitation for All through Digital Innovations and New Competencies, rhetoric. This is a project run by University of Rwanda, University of, two universities in mainland Tanzania. There is one university in Germany, 2 universities in Finland, and the State University of Zanzibar. So through this project and the other one, Breaking Education Barriers, Inclusion, Rehabilitation, and Technology, students with disabilities, especially from low socioeconomic status, are given priority in the student exchange. These projects involve student exchange between North and South, mostly Finland and Norway. So students with disabilities are given priority when it comes to student exchange. Also, there is higher education for economic transformation. This is a World Bank project, Higher Education for Economic Transformation. It's a project by World Bank involving all public universities in Zanzibar. Through this, not in Zanzibar, in Tanzania. Through this project, there is a component on gender and inclusion. So through this project, staff of public universities get training on inclusive pedagogies and gender-responsive pedagogy. Yeah, again, through these collaborations, especially international collaborations, students with disabilities get exposure to international fora. So they are given opportunities to present their challenges, their ideas with regards to inclusion in higher education. Also, these students participate in delivering presentations on disability inclusion and international instruments such as UNCRPD, SDGs, Salamanca Statement, Incheon Declaration and Framework for Action, and the rest. So it gives an opportunity to students with disabilities to collaborate, to network with their colleagues in other countries. Yeah, so those are some of the practices, and now I'll talk about challenges. There are various challenges. They are common in Africa, but I'll mention just a few. Infrastructure inaccessibility. As I said earlier, we have documents, but the implementation is a challenge. So in almost all the higher education institutions, infrastructure, meaning accessibility of offices, toilets, and other areas is really a challenge for students with disabilities. Also, if you go to halls or classrooms, you find there is inflexible furniture. So it's difficult for lecturers to use inclusive pedagogies. As you know, with inclusive pedagogies, participatory methods are very important. Methods like group work and so on are difficult. So most of the classes are like this arrangement. They're arranged in like they're in a bus. So interactions are limited. And in inclusive education, interactions among students is highly encouraged. But with the furniture we have, it's difficult. Limited number of qualified staff. As I said earlier, we don't have people who are employed as support persons for people with disabilities. Even the teaching staff is not adequate. We have programs that, we have developed programs, they are in paper, but the Tanzania Commission for Universities will not allow them to be run because we have not fulfilled the criterion of the maximum number of teaching staff that we should have for that program. Negative attitude towards some learners is still a challenge in many universities. So lecturers, even university management, are not always positive to students with disabilities. We have also had cases of turning away students with disabilities when it is known that they have a disability, although that attitude is gradually changing now. Yeah, now conclusions and some recommendations. Disability inclusion in higher learning institutions matters in order to achieve an accessible future for all. So we need to do more to achieve disability inclusion in higher education institutions. Inclusion policy strategies need to be more just than words on paper. They require concrete actions and commitments to have a real impact. So again, it's a matter of rhetoric and reality. We have a lot in paper, but the implementation is a challenge. Inclusion should be seen as an evolutionary rather than a revolutionary process. So I want to emphasize here that inclusion should not be viewed as something that can be achieved in a day or two, but it's an evolutionary process. So we need to create inclusion little by little. I'm not saying that we should not be proactive, we should not punch those who turn away students with disabilities in universities, but we should know that in many cases, it's an evolutionary process. It needs time to be inclusive. So we should not be over ambitious, but we need to do more. Yeah, then for universities in Zanzibar, we need to recruit sufficient number of qualified staff, employ sign language interpreters and other support persons for students with disabilities, and improve infrastructure and abide by the national standards and accessibility infrastructure guidelines. Again, we have the infrastructure guidelines. All universities, all institutions that are building, they should follow these guidelines, but again, the implementation is challenging. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Juma, for that great presentation. We are behind by 4 minutes. I can see the timekeeper is up on my neck. We are short for time. And I think from his presentation, we are able to see that there are institutions in Africa that are moving from rhetoric, which are actually doing what they are supposed to do. And I think there are a few lessons to learn from his case. So I'll just allow only one comment, given the time constraints, and then we can close and have the next session. One short comment, one question, and very precise. I'll have sister seated right there.
Professor, thank you for your informative presentation. Maria Goretti is my name, from Kyambogo University. Mine is short one, Professor. You have talked about inclusive pedagogy, and you talked about inclusive education in curricula. I thought when we talk about inclusion, everything is inclusive. We talk about content, we talk about methods, we talk about pedagogy, we talk about instruction, and everything becomes inclusive for the people with disability. Say something about that. I submit.
Okay, thank you very much, sister. It's true that inclusive education cuts across every part of the curricula. So, yeah, I just agree with you that when we say inclusion, then it needs to be everywhere in the curricula, in the content, in the methodology, at managerial level. So at all levels, we need to be inclusive. But again, we can have that in paper. The problem is in the implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Juma, once again for that presentation. Can we give him hand clap, flowers? Thank you so much for that great presentation, and we'll free time for the next program to come through. Thank you. I hope we didn't do so bad on time. All right.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Janice Businje, for ably moderating that session. I have nothing useful to add to that very meticulous presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Next on the agenda is a topic on the lived experiences of female students with blind students at Kyambogo University with a quote, "Don't cry on us. Can I give you a sucking cup?" Question mark. Under the chairpersonship of Miss Claire Wavabumno. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me Miss Claire Wavabumno, who will introduce herself as well as introduce our presenter for the next session. Professor Willie, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will make a quick correction. We have a slight delay because the link is just coming through for our next presenter, who will be doing so virtually. The link is coming through shortly for our next presentation. It shouldn't last any more than 3 to 5 minutes before we begin our next session. In the meantime, I'll hand over to Professor Claire Wavabumno to chair your session. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to use this time to also get the link of her bio data. Her or him? The bio, yeah. The bio. But there was another booklet. I have okay. What I have, they are supposed to be one person and an alternative. So I have the bio of one of them called Gumesra Chala. Is that all right? It's all right. Okay, thank you. So, can I start? So, Gumesra Chala is a lecturer at the Institute of Education and Social Science. Thank you. Thank you. As we prepare. Sorry. So, Gumesra Chala is a lecturer at the Institute of Education and Behavioral Sciences of Kyambogo University, Ethiopia. Previously was a staff member at the Department of Psychology, Mada, Walabu University, Ethiopia. She worked as the head of department for the special needs and inclusive education for 4 years, and postgraduate coordinator at Institute of Education and Behavioral Sciences for 2 years at Kyambogo University. He has published several articles and a book. Moreover, she has written several modules for undergraduate students. For undergraduate students, and did different projects and community services, and as a result was awarded different certificates. Currently is an PhD candidate at Kyambogo University. As we wait for the internet to go through, please accept this apology and this delay. We were not able to get them online yesterday, and we have had to change the timetable and adjust to have it now. So we're going to have 25 minutes for the whole session and add another 5 minutes of questions and answer. Are you ready, IT people? Okay, and the topic, I can repeat. The topic is lived experiences of female students with the blind at Kyambogo University. And there's a quote, "Don't cry on us. Can I give you a sucking cup?" This should be exciting for us to look forward to. I think we're trying hard to ensure that we are marrying theory with practice. These things happen, and we try and resolve the issues as they come. This is how it is with inclusive education. So now it is a question of not the visual, but the technology. For the visually impaired, what I learned yesterday, because we always learn, I am wearing glasses, and I have a green outfit, a two-piece, and I'm ready to accommodate all.
Thank you very much, our chairperson, for this session. Unfortunately, we've had difficulties connecting with the presenters or the speakers for this session, so we are still going to postpone that session. We apologize for that, but the internet or technology has not been on our side today. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I usher us into the new session, I want us to do this small activity. So wherever you are, I want you to gather flowers into a basket. Imagine you have a basket there. Let's gather those flowers. Everyone bend down and gather those flowers. Help me gather those flowers. Okay, let's now carry the basket. Carry the basket. No, the basket is not heavy. Gather those flowers into the basket. Gather those flowers. I'm seeing some people are not gathering. Okay, let's carry the basket. Mine is heavy. So can we give flowers to all those presenters? Thank you very much for all our presenters. Dr. Ephraim, who conducted the first keynote, which was led by the professor from Addis Ababa University. Thank you very much. And then we also want to thank Professor Willie Ngaka, who also led us through the second keynote speaker, who was Professor George, the Vice Chancellor of Gulu University. So we are going to go into our parallel sessions. lunch too has delayed, so we are really sorry about those mishaps. But we will continue, and once we are back from our parallel sessions, we shall get into the lunch session. So as yesterday, the themes are, we have a variety. I mean, we have so much in store for you. So you are the one who decides what best suits your interest. So the first group are the people who are very much interested in curriculum, teaching, assessment, and we shall be meeting in CTF room 105, which is where we are currently situated in. So if you feel the drive to be part of this curriculum, teaching, and assessment, kindly remain in here. The second slot of people are the ones who are dealing with disability support services. So if you find an interest in that topic, disability support services, we are meeting in CTF room 101. And those who are interested in transition to work and lifelong learning opportunities, they shall be meeting in CTF room 102. Transition to work and lifelong learning opportunities, meeting in CTF room 102. And those who are interested in research partnership and grant-winning management, we are meeting in CTF room 103. So I'm going to repeat this again. CTF room 105, curriculum, teaching and assessment, and the person in charge is Professor Jebi Okech. Professor Jebi Okech, wherever you are, raise your hand so that we know the chairs of this session. Okay, Dr. Ojok is going to stand in. And then Disability Support Services, CTF room 101. They are meeting in, the chair of that session is Dr. Andrew Semata. Dr. Andrew Semata? Yes, there he is. So room 101, yes. And then transition to work and lifelong learning opportunities. This session is going to be led by Dr. Peace. Dr. Peace, where are you? Yes, there she is, CTF room 102. And lastly, research partnership, grant winning and management, Dr. Julius. Where are you? Dr. Julius? Thank you very much. So all the chairs of this session, it is a gentle reminder that it's strictly 40 minutes, inclusive of transition period. Thank you very much. Have a blessed session. The theme inside this room is curriculum, teaching, assessment. We can, I think, go as I keep on re-echoing this. Yeah, so we can stand up those who have already mastered their rooms. Curriculum, teaching, assessment, CTF room 105, which is inside here. Disability support service, CTF room 101. Dr. Okech is inside here. Yes. And Dr. Andrew Semata, room 101. Transition to work and lifelong learning opportunity, room 102, Dr. Peace. And CTF room 103 is Dr. Julius. Thank you all for being part of the morning session. I want to thank all our sponsors who include NAD, Nudipu, Hill Preparatory, the Ministry of Education, and the others. I don't seem to have the list with me, but thank you very much, all our funders and our support, Mutesa Royal University, for enabling the first East African Conference, Disability Inclusion. I wish you all the best in your sessions. 40 minutes maximum. So that means by 1:20, we should all be back for lunch. So immediately after the breakout sessions, we shall be going for lunch. So, and after that, after lunch, we shall be coming back in for a panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to take over my room now. So I assume those who are still here are those interested in this theme. let me invite the speakers. Check, look for him. All right, colleagues, I am not Professor Okech. I am standing in for him because he's attending Senate on my behalf, so I'm revenging also. Yeah. In this session, we have the following speakers. When I read your name, kindly walk forward so that we save time. We have Peter Mwesigwa and Mark Kiza and Christine Nachejwe. These are of School of Education, Uganda Matters University. Are you here? Please give them a warm company as they walk forward. Then we also have Cynthia Komuhangi. Wow, it's a series of many authors in one topic. I don't know whether our chairs will accommodate you. Then there's Claire Musime, Isaac Wamusi, and Rachel Abasa. This is from where? Okay, I don't see the institution. Is that all? Please be here straight away. Did you give it to them? No. And then it's going to be late. How do I come? You can. Just do it. That means you will be the only one seeing because you didn't give it earlier. That's people. But could we share? I don't know. Let's save time. It's fine.
Hello, colleagues. Colleagues, I'd like to welcome you.
We need an interpreter here. We need one interpreter here. Hello. Can we have one interpreter in this room, please? Thank you. 1 or 2. So can we agree you make a 15 minutes presentation, then you give the audience 5 minutes to interact? Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator, for today's opportunity. Colleagues, I'm going to present a paper. Can you hear me? Our paper's presentation today is Enhancing Use of Visualization Strategy in the Teaching of Learners with Hearing Impairment in Secondary Schools. Lessons learned from northeastern region of Uganda. Colleagues, that's the paper we are to present today. We particularly took northern northeast region of Uganda, ideally for the reasons that this is the area where we identified there are quite a number of schools with hearing impairments. And in that note, we saw that the teaching and learning process was not doing well, and a few of them could hardly grasp the concepts well, and that affects the teaching and learning and the performance of learners with hearing impairment. As we saw from yesterday to date, we have seen that these kind of people with disability, they have actually been lagging behind due to the fact that the teachers have not paid heed to inclusive education in higher education, and that alone affects the teaching and learning of this particular group. Now, from that note, we want to see our presentations laying out. We have motivation, objectives, methodology, results, conclusion, contribution, and recommendation. Among these, one, we are giving a motivation. What motivated us to undertake this particular study was on ground that the students who sat, that is, students who sat UNED on that day in year 2002, they were 263 deaf candidates in Uganda, but out of those, 0 got first grade, 19 passed in second grade, 15.5 passed in third grade, 21.2 were in fourth division, and 41.1 were ungraded. The implication is that the teaching and learning doesn't give them a very good sense to grasp the concept that we intended to teach, due to the fact that the learners with hearing impairments would not use things like, can I call them appropriate learning aids, to enable them be able to grasp the concepts and then be able to respond to what they have actually been taught to. Our first objective was to find out the influence of using visualization strategy in the teaching of concepts to the deaf learners in the northern region. Secondly, we wanted to see the effect of role play in the teaching and learning. Then third objective was trying to see how graphics and role play demonstrations really influence the teaching and learning of these particular learners in the northern region. Then, in this kind of study, our work was ideally grounded onto Pavlov's theory, whereby Pavlov's theory categorically spells out that when you have both visual impairment students and use visual teaching learning strategies, you aid them to grasp the concepts well, and this works hand in hand with the vocalization aspects, how they are able to internalize the concepts. In brief, the theory attempted to lay a ground form that ideally supports both image and words, so that there is an appropriate decoding for one to grasp the concepts in the teaching and learning processes. So the study undertook a methodology. What do we use in this kind of study? We had a parallel mixed method that enabled us to collect both qualitative and quantitative data in the system. We used survey, interview, and testing in the attempt to draw information from the targeted population. A total of 55 research participants who were engaged. Out of these, we had 8 teachers, 45 students with the hearing impairment, with the deaf, and 2 head teachers who participated into the study. Results of the findings. It was categorically found out that in this study, visualization strategy strictly or highly influence the grasping of the concept that are taught to the learners while you use the visualization strategies. Then 2, we also found out that in the teaching and learning process, whereby the teachers will not use appropriate concepts and appropriate learning aids, the grasping of the concepts of the learners is far-fetched, and that alone affects the performance of our students. And with that, we came up with the conclusion that it is ideal for us, 1, to get competent teachers who are well armed with rightful teaching methodologies and teaching equipments to aid the teaching and learning of the learners with hearing impairments. Then 2, we also concluded that in the teaching and learning process, at any one time there is need for us to get competent teachers who are well equipped with knowledge, skills, and values of utilizing the new technological appliance and technology, using these digital uptakes to ensure that our learners are able to get the insights, the concepts that we have taught. And what do we have to conclude to? We recommended the following based on our findings. One, getting competent teachers with the learning aids who are well armed with the, can I call it sign language, to aid the teaching and learning. Then 2, we recommended having a refresher courses like retooling the already existing, teachers into the system to grasp new innovations in order to aid appropriate teaching of learners with hearing impairments. Because all along we have been talking about inclusivity and inclusive learning so that we are able to accommodate them and then be able to realize the required standards and they are able to perform well. Then 3, we also recommend that the government of Uganda, coupled with the Ministry of Education, to come up with appropriate, we call it proactive policies that enable us to underpin the barriers or the challenges that we've been encountering, whereby we are in position to provide appropriate support to the learners with inclusive, inclusive education in higher education. So colleagues here present, I submit in my presentation. You are welcome.
Are you happy for him? Thank you. Did we have another presenter for this session? Or we just have one? Okay. That's your advantage to interact more with the audience. So now let me open it up for the audience to interact with the presenter. You may have a question, comment, or observation. Please keep it short and preferably one per person so that we give more opportunities to people in the room. Do we have somebody moving the microphone around? Can we take it to the corner there? Thank you. It's here.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation, sir. And something I've really taken note of is lecturers, teachers need to have the appropriate tools to ensure inclusive learning in higher education. I would also like to add on to that. Oh, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Tiobo Tiake, and I'm the 90th Minister for Students with Disabilities in Makerere University. So my submission is when it comes to higher education, institutions of higher education, like Makerere University, you realize that most of the things students do is they teach themselves. They form discussion groups, and in classes, we get complaints that there are students with disabilities that are not included in some of these discussion groups. So much as the teachers need to have tools that are very inclusive to the students, even the students themselves need to be sensitized and become more inclusive, more welcoming to these students with disabilities in their discussion groups. Sure, I know that will contribute to the thriving of students while in universities. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right. Thanks for keeping it short. You could pick some three, then you respond at once. Next.
Thank you so much, sir, for your nice
I'm
presentation.
sure the audience would like to see you as well. If you are able to stand, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. I just wanted to know how you came up with that sample size. You said there were 45 students you sampled, and then 8 teachers and 2 head teachers. And then the other, I want to know, did you put into consideration the gender? Thank you.
Can I get done with this side so that the next round I turn it over here? Any other person from this side? Okay, can you take those questions first?
Thank you so much, friends, for that.
Did you want to speak? Okay, take it there. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. By the name of Lawyer Innocent, I'm having one question.
Where are you from?
I'm from Kyambogo University.
Okay.
Someone with a visually impaired. So we are facing one challenge. I don't know if all the university they are facing. One of them is the issue of giving a course to people with disability under government scholarship. Here you find most of the students admitted under disability scheme given a course whereby if you see after the campus, they cannot even get a job. Like I'm having my friend who cannot talk, cannot even hear well, but they have given him guidance and counseling. And most of the students who are in Kyambogo University, disability scheme, they are poor at them there doing guidance and counseling. But those who have finished right now, they are just there at home, flopping, not doing anything. What can you do to extend our voice to the right people? Thank you.
Before you go, if I am to probe out of interest, in your case, were you given the course of your choice, or you were also given a course you did not apply for?
Yes, was not given out of my choice, because with evidence, I never put guidance and counseling in my job form, but I found that I'm supposed to do it by force. No change, no choice.
What did you apply for and what were you given?
I applied for my first course, my first choice here in Kyambogo was education, law, and social work.
But you got guidance and counseling.
They gave me guidance and counseling.
Okay, thank
without
you.
even me putting.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's the last question from this side.
Chair, I would first take on because...
The three, so you don't forget. Okay.
Yes, I wanted to start with our colleagues' response. I want you to take it from me that the choices that are given to you sometimes is not by proxy, nor because you are a person with a disability, but it depends on your performance. Just right, they trace the root of your performance from all level, and then they are in position to say which course are you able to do at that time based on how you perform it, either from your primary O level and then A level post into what you're supposed to take. Otherwise, don't take it for granted that you are given a course of not your choice, but because of your capability, because of your ability and your performance on the ground lays the background for them to locate the course you can able to do. Let me give you an example. You cannot take on education if at all you failed mathematics and English. At the end of the day, in the teaching fraternity, you have no room for that matter. And that's why they felt that you could do well in guidance and counseling. That's my take according to what we do when we are allocating what you're supposed to take as a course. Then two, our colleague asked, how did we select the sample from the entire targeted population? We used the scientific approach of arriving at the number that you see from the two schools. We have very few, of course, as we saw right away from the beginning, very few students who are disabled in this particular school, but we used Craig and Morgan scientific table to help us be able to arrive at an appropriate sample from the targeted population in the two schools where we went. And these people were selected purposively based on the notion that they had the valuables that we are looking for that matter, to inform our study. And that's how we arrived at what you saw, and that's what helped us to critically draw meaning in what we had to. Then the last one, actually this was the first question, not actually a question as such, from the colleague from Makerere University, who mentioned properly that yes, we are seeing it recommended the teachers to have the rightful gadgets, rightful competences, and appropriate skills to aid the teaching and learning. However, she went further to tell us that there is need for the teachers to align themselves and guide the students who normally are using curriculum. It is called competent-based curriculum, whereby you are given directions, you are given tasks, and they leave it at your own discretion to engage into appropriate knowledge generation and building in order for you to get there. So in this aspect, at the moment, we'd like to say it is appropriate for us in this field of higher education to be fully informed that in the classes or in our universities, wherever we are operating, we have students with the impairments, and we must cater for them at all times. That's what we label to be inclusivity in whatever we do as we plan the curriculum itself and the infrastructure and everything at that level in order for us to have an environment that can quickly accommodate that other group which has been marginalized. Chair.
Thank you. I like the conciseness in your response. Keep it up. Can I grab the last on this side before I go this side? MC?
Okay. Thank you, sir, for your information. My name is Nisima Evelyn Nyangoma, aspiring GRC Kyambogo University. under people with disabilities. As people with disabilities, we are facing some challenges of where we are not only discriminated by students, by our fellow students, but also lecturers. We need to inform our lecturer, I think not us, but we need to sensitize as the university and other people around us. They need to sensitize our lecturers about people with disabilities. Because I think in some course units like computer, like me with one hand, of course it is difficult for me to find I'm too speedy or I'm on the rate with other students. But when you try to explain to the lecturer, for him he thinks that you need a favor from him. Kumbe it is not your aim, but you need to learn on the same base with others. Another thing, we are facing a problem of uploading our marks on portals, where you find, especially with people with visual impairment, they use Braille to do their exams. So I think, I don't know if it is the weakness for the university, but most of the people, they can even spend a year without seeing the marks on their portals. They are not aware if they have a retake or what. Why? We don't know why, but we tried to reach out in different offices, but we failed. Up to now, most of the people are crying because of their marks on their portals. We don't know why.
Well, that was not exactly a response to the findings.
However, I can respond to it.
Okay.
Well, basing on what our colleague is putting across, there are quite a number of criterion that a student have to undergo in order to have access of his or her results on the portal. One, if you have not sorted out the clearance, you may not be able to access the portal. Then two, you and me, we are not digital compliant. Quite a number of students can hardly access or can hardly manipulate those gadgets that you are talking about. You may not even have the link. You may not have the registration number, your registration number, in order for you to have a direct access to the portal. So, but I must assure you, be rest assured, once you did the examination, it goes through the processes in order for you to see the results. But most of the students like you think, I've done my exams today, therefore the results must be on the portal. It goes through, one, the faculty board sits, let me say from the department to the faculty board to Senate, in order for you to access results on the portal. Take note, if that does not work out, we have administrators. Personally speaking, I am Dean Faculty of Education with 8 different administrators who handles the aspect of making sure we do print out after Senate and the students are given hard copies, no tricks. Fail to get it from there, you have a hard copy, rest assured. But most importantly, you must be aware of which Senate that sat to ratify your results. Take a case in point, you can only refer an individual who is looking for your marks onto the Senate meeting. He will be able to access, because much as results can get lost elsewhere, Senate cannot make a mistake of any university to have access of your results.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, there's another dimension I want to give. It's true what the student said, especially for students who use Braille. Sometimes there's a delay, an unavoidable delay in transcribing the Braille answers to the questions. So whereas all others that are in conventional writing is marked, so you may find that the Braille scripts are not transcribed in print for the instructor to grade and submit the mark. Now this can be one technical ground for the student concerned to receive the results along with the others.
Thank you so much.
And it did happen because last week I got on my table an envelope with a Braille script that was transcribed. I asked the person, how comes this late? Because the results were released early in the semester. So this is a reality. And I said this is completely not necessary because at least in our faculty we have a resource room where there are even assistive devices where the student can type their work in Braille and it is converted to print instant. So that is a genuine concern, and we are going to work towards eradicating those avoidable sources of delays.
Thank you so much, Chair. That's why we are ending up by complimenting and saying at least each university should have a competent individual in that area of catering and accommodating learners of that kind.
Okay,
thank you.
Can we come this side?
Personally, I'll ask my question before I hand over the microphone.
Yes, MC, you are not excluded from
Definitely.
Yeah.
So I have two questions. Not concerning higher education, but as a teacher in the field, how do I bridge the gap between the regular learners and the special needs learners in my classroom and try to still keep up to time? You know, there is the demand of you need to reach the timeline, but you still also do not want to leave the SNE learners behind. And what else can we do to enhance, as a school, what can we do to enhance facilitation for special needs children besides the facilitation of the physical facilitation of the area? But what else can be done in terms of assessment, the mode of the curriculum that we use? What advice would you give? Thank you very much.
Well, I want to appreciate this is a technical question, but despite the fact it's not directly from our presentation, one, enhancing, being able to meet the students with impairments, learners, vis-a-vis, I don't want to call them normal students, but the rest of the students. This calls for a teacher to be thoroughly informed of his class and have a prior preparations, knowing that I have people of this category and this is their piece of tech, and then the rest can go with this. So that within, let me say, your 45 minutes or 60, you are able to grasp and catch up with the two based on your thorough preparations. Short of that, then you might not be able to meet the needs of the entire class that you had. Then two, the second question was in line with enhancing students, can I call it catch-up or grasping the concepts that they are meant to do. This also calls, that's why we said, having appropriate preparations. Take an example, I would definitely know what kind of, this is the content I'm going to teach, what kind of learning aids do I need to be with at my table, and when do I bring it in to quickly aid the grasping of the concepts while teaching. Thank you.
Next questions, if any, at the back, then here. Please take your water.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Dolores Were, and I work with the Uganda Society for Disabled Children. Maybe something you mentioned, but I think it stuck with me. You said you realized in your study that the learners were getting out very varying concepts despite the visualization strategies I think they were receiving during the lessons. And so my question is there anything positive about them having varying concepts? Is it opening up something for teaching, learning, or pedagogies? Thank you.
Another question?
Come here. The next question, raise your hand for the MC to see you.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation and Mr. Moderator. My name is Deborah Omch, GRC People with Disabilities and the Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you, sir, for all you have given. Kyambogo University.
Okay.
You're talking about inclusivity in our lecture rooms and in conferences everywhere. So in our lecture rooms, sometimes lecturers can come with handouts minus soft copies for people with visual impairments, and who have tried to talk about, to advocate for it, but they have failed to do. How can they improve it? Thank you so much.
Is there another question? One here, then you respond. Right there, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Azura Christopher, student doing Masters in Special Needs, Kyambogo University. My question is, actually I want to first by appreciating the presentation. But I have had some recommendations and the challenges which were found out about the styles which are used in teaching. But my concern is, what are the measures you have to make sure that those recommendations reach those people who are supposed to receive them in order to make a change? Thank you very much.
Okay, that's our last question. I turn it to you now, Mr. Presenter.
Thank you so much, Chair. Let me start with the last one. The recommendations that were put across, how best can they be put in practice? One of them is the dissemination, which we are doing right now, and we are attempting to publish what transpires in business to ensure that the stakeholders in the education system are practically aware of what should be done, and they use that SPABI approach put across to align and underpin the challenges they meet therein. Then two, another colleague there asked what is new. We realized, based on Pavlov model or system theory, and it explains that if you come, take an example, if you use the dual model classical based theory, using the sensory inputs, they will, in that strategy, you'll definitely be able to provide appropriate support and strengthen the students with that hearing impairment or the deaf students to grasp the concepts that are being taught to them in order for them to be able to conceptualize, redesign, and grasp the, can I call it the abstract concepts that you taught to them. And that's why in teaching fraternity they say to teach is to aid learning. How do you aid it? We want you to approach and borrow the SPABI approach of dual-based model or dual coding model, where you have the words vis-a-vis the signs or the graphics to bring up the concepts at home. Then I suppose I have attempted to respond to your concern in regard to our presentation. I want to thank you so much for being very able audience and attempting to drill us to explain and arrive at a mutual understanding. Chair, I submit.
Thank you very much for your sharing of your research and the able interaction with the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give him a deserving send-off with a round of applause.
Thank you so much. My name's Mark Chiza. I was supposed to present this paper with Peter Mwesigwa, and Peter Mwesigwa is my student. I am Dean Faculty of Education, Uganda Matters University. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to see the variety in universities that are here. Let the wind of inclusion spread and spread far. Thank you. So this is the end of this parallel session. The Master of Ceremonies, I think you can now take us to the next. I wish you went round to the other sessions so that we take care of the next. I understand there are still more presentations waiting. I think we need to manage time so that we get everybody scheduled to presenting. Thank you. You have been a nice audience. See you at lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for taking us through that session. It has really been quite educative, and thank you for being such a participative audience. Okay, so right now we are supposed to head for lunch, but unfortunately the rains are a bit still coming down and preparations are not yet complete. So we will remain in here, and I request the DJ to play some soothing music as we await for our peers or our colleagues from the different sessions to come and join us. Thank you very much.
Left alone, I stayed at home for the first time since you've been gone, babe. No friends to understand, to lend a helping hand. He's the greatest pain I've ever known. How you walked away so easily still remains a mystery to me. Don't you remember that you promised me? Yes, you promised me that you never leave. But you went away, babe, and it's such a shame. How could you turn your back on me? Oh, if you don't want me, if you don't need
University, and he's going to take us through that panel discussion. I'm sure we're in the able hands. I was having a discussion with someone, and she was telling me, wow, I'm finally understanding the content, that I've been challenged with in the classroom. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll hand over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, program manager. These days they are called program managers. Thank you very much. I think let's also give her flowers for ably doing what she does, and I think she does it best. Ladies and gentlemen, my task is very simple. It is to introduce 3 panelists that are going to take us through what Kyambogo has gone through and where it intends to go in terms of disability inclusion. And the 3 panelists are as follows. When I briefly talk about you, you come to the podium. Victor Lochoro, I describe him as the encyclopedia of disability issues at not only Kyambogo University, but across the region. I would also like to call here Dr. Emong, who is in charge of our Disability Support Center and therefore provides the necessary support that is required. And of course, the support does not come without assessment. So it's an assessment and support center. So Dr. Paul Emong, you are most welcome. You will give us a brief about our Disability Support Center. Of course, after understanding our history, we also want to understand our vision, and I don't think there is any better person that can give us the vision of disability and disability inclusion in higher education other than Dr. Patrick Ojok, who is the Dean of our faculty. Patrick is passionate about policy and practice. So it's going to be structured like this. It is a maximum, and let it be maximum. I will be happier if it's less than that. 10 minutes for each of the presentations, and we shall go in that order. Victor, you start first with the history, the support center services, and then the Dean with the vision of the faculty. Thank you very much, and I think, Victor, you can start. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm privileged to share with you today what we have gone through as Kyambogo University, which has led to having this conference this week. I'm not going back to where I started at the Institute of Teacher Education, Kyambogo, many years back. I want to start at former UNICE. When government put in place affirmative action, the policy on affirmative action for interest groups, especially persons with disabilities, Makerere University was entrusted to lead admission on affirmative action. I was working in Uganda National Institute of Special Education, UNICE, by then. Makerere came to us to ask us to write a criteria for admitting students with disabilities on affirmative action. And I was one of the 3 people from UNICE who wrote that criteria and submitted to Makerere. Now, writing that criteria meant that we in UNICE also needed to implement what we included in the criteria. So I lobbied the management of UNICE to start a resource room. I was given a room which is attached to the library now, where Hakim and the group sit and serve students with disabilities. I was asked, you start. I was not given any materials, any equipment. There you are, you start. I had come with an old computer from Oslo, where I was studying, and a low vision reading lamp. I offered those 2 for starting that resource room. And we got 3 students with visual impairment whom we supported there. But later, stakeholders came and gave us materials and equipment. So that became our starting point for disability support services in former UNICE. When we merged into Kyambogo University in 2003, we came with that service into Kyambogo University. We had a warden of former UNICE who was using a wheelchair. I sat with him to think about the students who were in ITEC, who were in UPK, who are now merged with the ones of former UNICE who are now merged as Kyambogo University. We thought of how to support these students. So we started an assessment committee, assessing students with disabilities to see how their learning needs could be supported by the university. So in 2004, we started an assessment committee, and we gave that warden, the late Gabriel Okeny, may his soul rest in peace, to chair that committee. So that became our reference point, assessing students' learning needs, and then the university would support these students, give them money for braille paper, give them money for tape recorders, money for photocopying, and so on, and also pay their support personnel. At that time, what the keynote speaker today said was also a reality here. The university, the office of the Dean of Students would give money to the students with the disabilities, but some of them would not pay their support personnel. So later on, we changed the policy. Now, I saw that this was problematic because it was only, the support was given to students on government sponsorship. Students on private sponsorship were not supported. So I saw that was discriminatory. So what I did, I was in the university council. I thought of the experiences I had in Oslo, in Norway, in Stockholm, in Sweden, in Germany, in Netherlands, and in South Africa. I used that experience to come up with an idea of a policy, an institutional policy on disability. And council bought it. We drafted the policy. I was the main person behind the writing because I knew what we wanted. I knew how it should be written. Unfortunately, because we had ups and downs in Kyambogo that time, there was a lot of turbulence. The policy was not presented to council for approval. But we started implementing what we had written there in pieces. So we implemented it in piecemeal. Then when I went into National Council for Higher Education, I sold the idea of a university policy or institutional policy to be part of the criteria for quality assurance in public universities, and it became part, and I was put on the monitoring team so that we would be able to help some of the universities. So we supported Uganda Matters University, we ran a seminar, we supported Uganda Christian University, we ran We supported them to develop a policy. We supported Makerere University to develop a policy. We even I was invited to give a key talk to top management and so on. So eventually, we had institutions taking part in providing services to students with disabilities. But at home here, we are delayed to approve the policy. What I did was, even though the policy was not approved, I would initiate different support services. For example, there were students who could not move from faculty, from the lecture room to hostel, from hostel to the lecture room. So I borrowed an idea from Kenyatta University of having transport for students with disabilities. I talked to the Vice Chancellor, I wanted a van. But then the Vice Chancellor said, the way university vehicles are being used, let us buy tuk-tuks. So we bought 3 tuk-tuks, so which helped the students to move from lecture room to lecture room, from one part of the university to another. But later on, I felt unwell drafting the policy, and then it was shelved. What I did, I wrote to the Vice Chancellor. By then, Professor Katunguka was acting. A letter of intent to sue the university for not approving the policy on disability after 8 years since it was approved. Within 4 weeks, it was approved. Now, when it was approved, there was nobody who took steps to start implementing it. I volunteered, using the resources my own department, Community and Disability Studies, was giving me, paper, printing paper, whatever. That's how I started. But working with other departments, the Department of Directorate of Planning, after 1 year, the Directorate of Planning made sure that we had 50 million in the budget for the Disability Support Center. So I volunteered for 3 years. When my term to end service came, we then called Dr. Emong, said, please come and continue. Now, assessment was a big problem before I started implementing the Disability Support Center, because it was only supporting students with disability, on government sponsorship. So when I operationalized the Disability Support Center, we expanded assessment to include students on private sponsorship so that they would also be given support. But Dr. Emong will talk about that. So for now, that is the history. Briefly, there's a lot I've left out, but that is this one.
You see, the encyclopedia cannot really exhaust its content in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. I think he has left on a very good note. I think Dr. Emong, you can continue from where he has stopped with what the Disability Support Center does. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor, the chair of the session. Good afternoon, colleagues. I want to build from what Victor has said with a summary that Kyambogo University has got a rich experience and skills in disability inclusion. When you read the history of Kyambogo University from 1981 or 70s to date. Now, I also want to summarize what the previous presenters, the keynote speakers, said about disability. A complex relationship between rhetoric and the reality of persons with disabilities. And that is exactly what universities are doing.
unfortunately, universities appear to be not prepared. I come to the Disability Support Center. Kyambogo University, as has been mentioned, has got a policy on disability, and that policy establishes a Disability Support Services Center with a mandate of ensuring optimal inclusion of people with disabilities in the university across all university programs. So that mandate was given to us. Within that mandate, we also crafted a motto to work with. Our motto in the Disability Support Services Center is that any student with a disability enrolled, admitted to Kyambogo University should graduate within his or her record time in accordance with the course the student is doing. If the course is 2 years, we expect you to graduate within 2 years, 3 years, 3 years, 4 years, 4 years, 1 year, 1 year. If you fail to graduate, then it should not necessarily that you have a disability. It should be either other reasons beyond the Disability Support Services Center. That does not mean that the work is rosy or the university has got adequate resources to ensure that. But we do within what is expected of including people with disabilities. So what do we do? First, as Victor has mentioned, when students report, our role is to identify students through orientation. We work with the university mentors, academic registrar's office, the dean of students responsible for preparing students, and we ensure that students with disabilities, there is a Disability Support Services Center. After that identification, we do assessment. We have a technical committee from the staff, from the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation, and that is the greatest advantage we have as a center, because already we have technical people. The assessment is based on some of the following. One, to identify the students, their numbers, disability categories, which courses they are doing. Two, individualize disability-related learning needs and social needs. I want to state that it is hard for you to talk about inclusion of a person with disability when you do not know the person's individualized need. It may contradict some theories in disability, but the reality is that it's a reality. Two, we follow up to identify with specific academic units. That's the main one. Academic units for each student, and that is constitute a bulk of our work. We can go to a faculty, department generally and talk about students with disabilities. We talk with individual lecturers, and we talk with individual examination coordinators. How do we go to individual lecturers? We have already identified each student, their needs. They come back to us to tell us their experience, how they are learning. So we go to an individual and we talk about the learning need of an individual student, including in an examination. Then those who are residing, we ensure, because that is within the university policy and also within the moral obligation of people who are responsible for accommodation, the dean and the wardens, we give priority to students with disability. In fact, in this university, postgraduate students are rarely given accommodation. But for students with disabilities, we offer. So that is part of reasonable accommodation. Because of time, let me say that currently, since we began assessing students this academic year in October, we have registered students who require individualized, reasonable accommodation, about 170. But the university has about 200 students with disabilities. And when I talk about students with disabilities, I'm including students with other special educational needs, because those are different people. Those are different people. So with that, we continue supporting these students. Apart from talking with lecturers, those dealing with accommodation, planning, whatever, we also deal with individual students' challenges from the family, within the university, with the friends. So we encourage students to come to us before we refer them to the university counselor. And indeed, the university counselor, good enough, she's the chairperson of the disability support services. So we talk with the students, we encourage them, and we tell them about the life in a university. I want to categorically say that in Uganda, students with disabilities who have joined institutions of higher learning find institutions of higher learning more exclusive than the primary and the secondary schools they have been. So that presents a challenge that requires individualized counseling and guidance. The university generally provides the funding. Government provides funding, but inadequate. Government gives funding to only government-sponsored students. This year we have 54. The remaining 110 or 120 are students on private sponsorship. The university has allocated some little money, so little that it may not meet adequately the needs of each student. I want to give example of Uma. Uma is an empowered person, so when I give you example, I'm not revealing any confidentiality.
And I think it is finally.
Yes. We have removed this year so as to give a university a picture and also government a picture of a cost of or a financial requirement. Let me not put the cost. A financial requirement to have a student with disability in a university. I looked at all the students, so let me give example of Oma because all of us who have seen him. But there are others whose costs are beyond his. Dennis uses 2 personal assistants. Looking at the lowest rate in Uganda of paying somebody, which is 10,000 shillings a day. he needs 20,000 shillings for the 2 personal assistants. That's the lowest. I don't know how much he pays them. Dennis is not residing in the university. He drives every day. Good enough, I know where he stays. So I can estimate fuel. 50,000 per day. I have not included the cost of buying the personal assistants water, chapati, and maybe mandazi, if he is not buying lunch. Dennis requires 9 million shillings in a semester to be in a university. Kyambogo University has got 200 students with disabilities. Dennis is on the moderate side. We have others who require more than that. So I want to end by presenting that picture of having a student with disability in the university that government should know, the university must know, and the development partners now come in to support. In terms of resources, the center is constrained. The center is established with a staffing of 21 if it has to achieve its mandate effectively. The center has got 2 permanent staff. I'm not permanent. I'm a lecturer. They asked me that, can you coordinate this work until we get a substantive person? And the people who are there, who are permanent, one is a mobility and orientation assistant, the other one is administrative assistant. So you can see the gap in sign language interpretation, embossing services, and so forth, assessment, whatever. That is a big challenge. But thanks be to God that there is a project called what we see is possibilities, has given us some equipment. The university has also provided with some equipment, and the project supports a well-trained disability expert in adapted ICT. So that is one of the resources we have when we come to terms of supporting our students. I would speak on and on and on.
You have already overshot by over 5 minutes.
But since chairs dictate, let me stop here. Thank you, Chair, and I apologize.
Chairs are not dictators, it is the time which dictates. Dean, we had a specified amount of time for this session. Let me appeal to you to use less time because our colleagues have used more time than was expected. I must be very fair.
Thank you, Chair. Last month we had the admission ceremony where we welcome fresh students. And the Vice Chancellor who talked here yesterday did something unique. In the middle, not in the middle, when we were about to start the formal ceremony, he stopped the function and he said, we are not proceeding until and unless we have sign language interpreters. I was called to action, I made calls, and in no minutes, sign language interpreters were on stage, then the VC gave the green light and the function started. Now, one of the vision in our mind is to institutionalize reasonable accommodation at the university as a key way to realize disability inclusion. What you need to know is that what makes disability problematic in court, either in the workplace, in church, or in the school,
is that the person with disability, once they come to the workplace or school, that is not enough. They have additional needs that require attention through what we call reasonable accommodation. There is no inclusion without reasonable accommodation. So we are going to drive Kyambogo University to reach that stage where reasonable accommodation is an institutional obligation in all service areas and sectors and levels of administration because of its centrality to disability inclusion. And what the VC did is actually where we need to go and even surpass. The other thing is, for change to happen, there must be champions. So we are going for onboarding of the university leadership at different levels. The governing council and top management is the source of most of the decisions that we grapple with at department and faculty and the individual staff. So it is part of our vision to make sure that we increase disability consciousness right from the top to the ordinary staff across the university. And then Kyambogo University is privileged to have experts in this area, to have a disability resource center that is campus-wide facility, and then a faculty of special needs and rehabilitation. Then we have the history, the tradition, and the statutory mandate. So part of our vision is to optimize our advantage, technical advantage and history, to be able to make Kyambogo University a center of excellence of disability inclusion. How we hope to do this is to have some national level specialized centers, like the one for assessment, the one for assistive technology. So if we can combine our disability resource center with the assistive technology hub to a one-stop center of disability inclusion services, then here we will start by improving disability inclusion at our campus, but also become a reference for the nation where other universities can come to us for consultation and so on. And then we need to track progress. So institutionalizing monitoring, accountability in the process, so that when you are accounting or you are reporting, disability issues are not left out, so that it is part and parcel of budgeting process of reporting and accountability. Of course, the other issue is that in most cases, we are seen as the best, but that comes with a challenge, complacency. I want the Victors and Paul, let us not settle for little. When you zoom into Kyambogo University, you actually realize there are a lot of cracks. So we need to dump complacency, the feeling that we are the top, so we know it all. That is not the case. So we'd like also to see Kyambogo play a regional and national role, like Victor was saying, supporting other institutions, but also taking leadership. Organizing this conference is part of such a dream, so that East Africa can come together, we think together and plan for the sub-region. Chair, because of time constraints, we shall talk more. Thank you very much.
You see, teachers, we are used to talking while standing up. We are not like politicians who are used to speaking while seated. I think that's the beauty of having a .com dean. You have seen how he has really managed the time. I want to add only one thing, that even in programs that are not disability specific, like my department, which has programs on adult, community, continuing education, aspects of disability and inclusion are taken very seriously, and quite a number of course units are integrated on those courses, which means the graduates that we produce are graduates that can provide holistic development and the kind of development that does not exclude anyone. I think that's also an important aspect of the faculty. Now I would like to really request that I'm seeking permission, because our time is really over. If the manager allows question time, we take the questions. If the manager says, we are waiting for an online session, really my hands are also tied. So manager, which permission do you give? 2 questions or we close?
2 questions are
2
welcome.
questions. Thank you very much.
One from this side and one from the other side.
Right.
I've already seen the hands up.
Yes.
Not question from Kyambogo.
No, I'm not giving a question. I'm complimenting.
Okay.
You know, when we talk of inclusion, it is a bit challenging. I'll be very fast. Sometimes we also have students who get impairment during the course of the study. Yes. I've seen 2. One got medication and was deaf. Another one got medication and was blind here in Kyambogo University. We have to take caution of that also, and we have to think of them when they get that. Then, 2, some students shy off. Students are having, Dr. Mok talked of other special needs. Some students have epilepsy and all that. Since Kyambogo has been open to assess these students, we have been realizing a number of increase of students who are having impairments by the shy off. These days they come with confidence. So once the institution have been open, they'll come, those who are having problems. Then the next is attitude. We assess and we try to give these students support, but generally some of us have bad attitude to support these students. Like, I'm sharing a case, a student with sickle cell anemia was assigned to me to be supervised for research. And these students have a number of retakes. The lecturers have not been compliant with that. Assuming you're having sickle cell, can you concentrate? You can't. And at the end of it becomes a great disadvantage to the students. Yeah, that's the fear I wanted to share. Thank you.
The speakers, I'm kindly requesting a minute each. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm called Enyang Churchill Norris. I'm actually a teacher by profession. I would like to thank Kyambogo University for being disability inclusion. Then my question will go, you have done all for the students who have a convincing environment for learning. How best have you helped them? Have you pointed out or have you spearheaded out one of those students who have come the best and you have put them in various departments, or you have given them, giving them employment? And how have you best observed them to where they have gone, that whatever that you have been teaching them or that you have been providing to them, they have been able to show it? Thank you so much.
I think the Dean will respond to that. I thought we had only accepted 2 questions the program manager decided. So I think the Dean should answer the question regarding employment. Unfortunately, my hands are also tied.
Thank you. We really train for the world. If we were to train and also employ all our trainees, that would be an insurmountable mandate. But we do, on our own initiative, have proactive measures of hiring persons with disabilities at the university. And we do have staff with disabilities in the university, many of whom, though, are from our faculty. Also, we have retained outstanding students with disabilities as staff. Some of them now are on full-time, others on teaching assistantship, and others are being groomed towards that direction. So within our mandate, we can hire you at the faculty, but we also have close engagement with industry. Like just last month, I recommended 2 students with disabilities who recently graduated to Light for the World, which connected them to other organizations. I was discussing with the GIZ participant that you need to give me more internship and volunteering opportunities so that we keep recommending our students. But also, some of these students are doing a lot on their own out there. I know of some who are running their own community-based organizations, are actually employing instead of being employed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. I want us to thank the panel for the work well done. And if there are any challenges that they faced, put them on me, blame me, leave my panelists alone.
Let's share the blame.
Okay, if you want sharing, that's fine.
Chair, just one thing. This is your panelist. I beg, before we close. I would like to, on behalf of the Disability Support Center, congratulate one of our students who is going to graduate in December. He scored a first-class degree. He's a blind student. He joined Kyambogo University after being rejected from another university. I didn't know about this, but I learned this from a different forum when they were mentioning my name and the name of Binasali, the one in charge of assistive technologies. That's when I traced. I did not even the student had scored a first class. He talked to his mother, a guardian, is an orphan totally, to his aunt who is supporting him. That's how I got to know. I take this opportunity to congratulate him and encourage all other students that you can get a first class. Thank you very much.
I think there is one last thing I would like us to do. During the preparations of this conference, we had a very active participant, member of staff of Kyambogo University, called Nanswa. Unfortunately, she passed on and could not even see the fruits of her labor. And I think I'm requesting that we give a minute of silence in honor of the kind of work she was doing, because she was also in charge of a project. All we see is abilities, am I right?
Possibilities.
Possibilities, sorry, I mixed the two. There is another organization that has a similar. All we see is possibilities. So let us stand up and have a minute of silence in memory of Nanswa.
And after that, we go for lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. Just before we go out for lunch, I have a few communications to make, but also Mr. Victor brought back very strong memories about Kenyatta University and the vans. We used to run to assist persons who had visual impairment just to get a lift to get around campus and to go to the classroom area. So thank you very much for bringing or refreshing those memories. So we have been informed that each one of us has a coupon, and they are going to lift us. So we stay seated. The ushers are going to come and usher us out. because we don't want to have congestion. So the ushers, wherever you are, I'm kindly requesting you get in, you give them your coupon and you join the line. But then also, I've also been informed that those who do not have coupons, there is also going to be an usher inside here who is going to usher to give us those coupons for those who do not have, but are within or inside the auditorium. I also want to thank our sponsors who have made this event possible. Thank you very much, the Ministry of Education. Thank you very much, NAD. Thank you very much, Nudupu. Thank you very much, Show Abilities Uganda. Lunch is approximately 1 hour, so by 3:30 we should all be back in here. So thank you very much, Sense International. Thank you very much, United Persons with Disability. Thank you very much to Uganda Society for Disabled Children, Forum for African Women, Mutesa One Royal University, and Hill Preparatory. So DJ, you will take us through this session, but lunch is exactly 1 hour. So by 3:30, we should all be getting back in here for the next session. Thank you very much.
As the ushers are taking us for lunch. Hello? As the ushers are taking us for lunch, I want to share two experiences. And both point to the fact that for us to realize inclusion in our institutions, in our workplaces, we need champions. This building, for example, was designed initially with the steps. So what we did was to sit down with the contractors at the design level to ensure that accessibility was included. Not all our builders, our contractors know the law. So at institutional level, you need to create that awareness. Some of them did not take care of the guidance we gave. So when they were 60% to completion, we made them to break what they did at their own cost using the law. So you need champions who are empowered to do that. Two, you need innovations to improve inclusion. One of the projects we have, All We See is Possibility, was my initiative. When I was studying in Netherlands, I visited the Royal Dutch Visio and interested them to come to work with Kyambogo. So if you have people who can connect, please connect so that your institution can get stakeholders to work with to improve inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Victor. An announcement. In case you have come across keys that don't belong to you, kindly give them to Mr. Ephraim. He's outside there. Maybe you could stand and raise your hand. Yes. So in case you come across keys, please help him find them. I also want to remind us that the Red Cross is here with us. In case you're not feeling fine, feel free to approach their tent and they can give you some first aid. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. DJ.
We have gathered here in Kyambogo University's Central Teaching Facility under the auspices of the first East African Conference on Disability Inclusive Higher Education on the theme Universities of All, Innovative and Transformative Strategies for Disability Inclusion in Higher Education.
I'm feeling extremely happy to join you this morning and afternoon and share what we have been sharing. I think if there's anybody who is benefiting from this conference, It's your minister who is benefiting much more than before. It is with a great honor for me to preside over such a unique and innovative conference that brings together East African in one place to discuss issues of deepening inclusive education in our education institutions. I want to congratulate Kyambogo University, the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation in particular, for their unique initiative.
For those of us who know CBR program, this was a huge program that NAD put in resources to ensure that persons with disabilities are mobilized at the community level and that the community structures do recognize and support the rights and the needs of persons with disabilities at that space.
We've also had cases where students put their first choice in other university. They get admitted, but on reporting, they are turned to Kyambogo University on the excuse that the first choice university does not have special equipment, specialized personnel to respond to the student.
I am testament of the fact that students with severe disabilities can be in school and should be in school despite the multiple limitations, the multiple challenges, and multiple discriminations that they come across.
I would like to appreciate all our partners who came in to join the people and Kyambogo University to see that today we are here to speak inclusive education in higher institutions of learning.
For sure, I'm going back more armed to defend your activities and that policy than it was before.
She said, sugar, honey, darling, I really want to see you too. It's just that someone's over, and baby, I really want to be with you. But if by chance you let me just hold you, if I touched, if I kissed, if I held you tight in the morning light, yeah. Would you mind if I said how I felt in the lead tonight? Again, 'cause I never ever felt this way in my heart before. Oh, Would you mind if I looked in your eyes and I'm hypnotized and I lose my pride? Yeah. Would you mind if I made love to you till I'm satisfied? Once again, 'cause I never felt this way in my heart. Oh, before, love found its way in my heart tonight.
Hello. Daisy. Daisy, part of the ushering team. I am reliably informed that you have coupons. Many of our esteemed participants do not have lunch coupons. Daisy, you have lunch coupons. Kindly come to the tent and issue coupons to those that do not have coupons. Thank you. Anybody next to Daisy, please.
Gonna look into your eyes, hypnotized. Make love to you, baby, till I'm satisfied. Look into your eyes, hypnotized. Make love to you, baby, till I'm satisfied. Look into your eyes,
Daisy, please come to the tent. Daisy, we do not have coupons. Kindly come back to the tent and issue coupons. The MC has no coupon, Daisy. Thank you.
when we walk hand in hand. I feel so free. Lovers come and then lovers go. That's what folks say.
Let me give you what you've been waiting for. Baby, I got so much love to give, and I want to give it all to you. Close the door. No need to worry no more. Let's bring this day to a pleasant end. Girl, it's me and you now. I've waited all day long just to hold you in my arms. And just exactly like I thought it would be. Me loving you and you loving me. Let me rub your back where you say it's sore. Come on, get closer and closer, so close to me. Let's get lost in each other. Come here, baby. Just to hold you in my arms. And it's exactly like I thought it would be. Me loving you and you loving me. Close the door, baby, and let me blow your mind. Plenty good loving all through the night. And then again when the morning comes. Come here, woman.
brothers and sisters, you can still stand tall. Just be thankful for what you've got. Though you may not drive a great big Cadillac, diamonds in the back, the sun moved up, gig in the scene with a gangster lean. Diamonds in the back, the sun moved up, big in the scene with a gangster lean. Whoa, tell me now. Though you may not drive a great big Cadillac, against the whiteboard, TV anchors in the back. You may not have a car at all. Just remember, brothers and sisters, you can still stand tall. Diamond in the back, sun moved up, digging the scene with a gangster lean. Diamond in the back, sun moved up, digging the scene with a gangster lean. Diamond in the back, sun moved up, digging the scene with a gangster lean. Diamond in the back, sun moved up, digging the scene with a gangster lean. Diamond in the back, sun moved up, digging the scene with a gangster lean. have a girl like her is truly a dream come true. Out of all the fellas in the world, she belongs to me. But it was just my imagination running away with me. It was just my imagination running away with me. Soon we'll be married and raise a family. A cozy little home out in the country with 2 children, maybe 3. I tell you, I can visualize it all. This couldn't be a dream or too real at all. But it was just my imagination once again running away with me. It was just my imagination running away with me. Every night on my knees I pray, dear Lord, hear my plea. Don't ever let another take a love from me, for I will surely die. Heavenly, when her arms enfold me, I hear a tender rhapsody. But in reality, she doesn't even know me. but I'm still in love. Now I'm still in love with you. I'm still in love. Now I've got to love you, love you, love you, love you. Somebody love you more and more. I love you more. Nobody will ever love you some more. Now I'm still in love. Oh, love you, love you more. Drifting on a memory. Ain't no place I'd rather be than with you. Yeah, loving you. Well, well, well. Day will make the way for night. All we'll need is candlelight and a song. Yeah, soft and long. Well, glad to be here alone with a lover unlike no other. Sad to see a new horizon slowly coming into view. Yeah, I wanna be living for the love of you. Yeah, all that I'm giving is for the love of you. Oh yes, lovely as a ray of sun that touches me when the morning comes, feels good to me. Yeah, my love and me. Well, well, well. Smoother than a gentle breeze, flowing through my mind with ease, soft as can be. Well, when you're loving me, when you're loving me, love to be riding the waves of your love, enchanted with your touch, and it seems to me we could sail together in and out of mystery. Well, I wanna be living for the love of you. All right now, all that I'm giving. If you're feeling like I'm feeling, baby, come on, come on, woo! Let's get it on. Let's love, baby. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Sugar. Let's get it on. We're all sensitive people, so much to give. Understand me, child. since we got to be. Let's live. I love you. There's nothing wrong with me loving you, baby, na-na. And giving yourself to me can never be wrong. If the love is true, oh baby, let's get it on. Let's get it on. Let's baby. Let's get it on. Sugar. Let's get it on. Woo-hoo. Let me down. Don't you know how sweet and wonderful life can be? Let me down. Let me down. Let me down. I'm asking you, baby, to get it on with me. Let me down. Let me down. I ain't gonna worry. Let me down. I ain't gonna push. Let me down. Push now, baby. Let me down. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, darling. Stop beating around the bush. Ah, I'm gonna get it on. Bet you, baby, I wanna get it on. You don't have to worry that it's wrong. If the spirit moves you, let me groove you. Good, let your love come down. If you believe in love, let's get it on. Let's get it on, baby. This minute, let's get it on. Girl, you give me good feeling. Oh yeah, I've been sanctified. Get it on. Ooh, let's get it on. If you wanna love it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Ain't no sunshine when
Those already in the auditorium, thank you.
it's not warm when she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's
We are heading for our next session,
It's gone too long. Anytime
the after lunch
she
session.
goes away.
The assumption is that we have all had lunch despite the minor delays.
Wondering if she's gonna stay.
We are chasing after time
Ain't no sunshine
so that we can be able to let us depart
ain't no home.
and beat the traffic to our respective destinations. We cannot do that, however, if we don't kick off right away. So again, my ushers please. We kindly request that you invite our participants back for the next plenary session.
She's gone, and this house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away.
We need to catch up with time. We have lost close to 10 minutes already
She goes away.
for our next session.
Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away.
We are headed for our next plenary presentation.
on the next page? What's on page 4 here? Is what? Our next presentation, ladies and gentlemen, the topic of discussion is inclusive and indigenous research, a necessary approach to disability research in Africa. Inclusive and indigenous research, a necessary approach to disability research in Africa. And that topic is going to be moderated by the very able Dr. Peace Tumuhechi. Dr. Peace Tumuhechi, our presenter is around the corner, virtually around the corner. I would therefore welcome the session chair, Dr. Peace Tumuhechi, to introduce not just herself, but our presenter, Dr. Rachel. Not working with me. As our session chair comes through, allow me inviting anybody else that was still finalizing with lunch. Kindly be advised, we are kicking off in the next 1.5 minutes. You do not want to miss this presentation by any minute. Ushers, please kindly usher us back for our next plenary session so that we can keep or even beat the time this afternoon. Over to you, Dr. Peace Tumuhechi. I thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session. We are having a presentation
in the next parallel session. We have Angel, MC Angie,
good day. How much time for the next session? 40.
we have 40 minutes. 40 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, for the next parallel session presentation. We need to be able to reconvene in this room after the parallel session presentation for
Bikula.
Yeah.
Bikula, open again. After the parallel session, ladies and gentlemen, kindly reconvene here for the declarations and call for action on disability inclusive higher education, to be presided over by Professor Willy Ngaka. That is primarily why we are here. So I encourage you to keep time. It is 40 minutes for the next parallel session, after which we reconvene here for the final remarks of this conference. Thank you.
No, she's here.
No, after. Let's proceed. That will be It is 8 minutes to 4. My communication, my kind request to our session chairs is that we reconvene, allow our participants to reconvene here at exactly 4:30. 4:30, we should be able to stop our sessions and reconvene for our final part of the agenda. Thank you very much. Sister Dr. Maria Goretti is the session chair. Sister Dr. Maria.
I'm already a standby generator. So as long as sister is coming, I'm in charge now. And where's the theme?
The theme is...
Oh, it was a dangerous substitute. Please take over. 40 minutes. Oh, you are.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? You are most welcome in this session. I'm going to be your facilitator by the names of Sister Maria Goretti Kahwa. First, let us establish the presenters we have, because we have got 40 minutes, and we see how we can divide our time. Please, if you are around, with due respect, you can tell us, or you can show us by your hand. We have got Ngotho, Gichuru. Are you available? Oh, okay. Take a front row seat here so that we don't have to waste time. We have got Dr. Mong Paul. I think we have him. That's good. I have got Nisibwedet. That one is our head of department, as in India, and is presenting there, but is not going to present to us online. She has registered her apology. We have got Maka Kiza and Priscilla Nyendoy. Are you around? Priscilla and Nyendoy, are you available here? Okay. Therefore, members, we are going to have 2 presenters. And 2 presenters, that means we are going to have enough time, because we have got now like 35 minutes. Okay. We are going to start with the first one. Dr. Ngotho, please take the stage.
Thank you very much, Session Chair, Dr. Goretti. So today I'm going to present on reconceptualizing the disability policy through the lens of critical disability theory. And I was influenced to conduct this study by 2 authors. There was Thomas in 1999 and Shakespeare's in 2014. And this author says that when it comes to higher education policies for disability, they have been looking more at medical aspect of disability. And they have been saying that don't only look at the medical aspect of disability, but also look at the disability from social and political lens. And with these ideas, I went up and reviewed some of the disability policies. I reviewed, for example, Mbarara University of Science and Technology Disability Policy, the National Disability Policy of Uganda that was modified in 2023, and Disability Act of 2020. And I was very influenced by the critical disability theory, because critical disability theory says that when it comes to disability, look disability from not the aspect of dependability, but empowerment. And I was going and looking at some of these policies that we have in higher education for disabled. They are encouraging disabled people to only be dependable on incentives, dependable on support, rather than empowerment, compared to the Global North, whereby those policies in Global North for disability, they encourage empowering these disabled people, but we use the word able different. And I came up and looked at what is this that can be done to improve the situation. How can we reconceptualize these higher education policies? And I ended by seeing that for you to reconstruct these policies, you have to decolonize disability studies. Because as we are going the current debate on disability, it is more colonized, because the Global North scholars have dominated the debate compared to the Global South scholars, because, again, there's that resistance of empowerment. Our policies don't incorporate Ubuntu philosophy, and they are based on mostly on the Western epistemological assumptions. And I saw that something has to be done, and it is not only writing on paper, because even these disability policies, they only said that, for example, participation, But these disabled students, they are only involved at policy implementation. And as you know, policy making process is a various process, from identification of public problem, from agenda setting, coming and seeing that which problems are going to become policies, because not all problems are policies, coming up and determining how are you going to implement these policies. Is it bottom up or is it top down, mostly like in the current situation whereby most of the policy implementation is top down rather than bottom up. So I came and saw that mostly the disabled people, they have only been, when it comes to only implementation, that is when they are only told to come so as to fulfill the so-called affirmative action. And so the language affirmative action in policy, to me, did not augur well, because again, it is not decolonizing disability, because affirmative action is only also calling for dependability, incentives, rather than empowerment. And so I saw that no matter how many policies we keep on coming with it, as long as they are not based on African debate in international dimensions, we'll continue revising this policy time again and again, but nothing will come out to be better. So how can we reconceptualize this policy? As we have said, that Ubuntu philosophy, they should be based more on Ubuntu philosophy. And also, we should aim at decolonizing this disability, because the disability that we know now, it is mostly on depending on that support rather than empowering these people. For example, at Kyambogo University, if you have, for example, for me, I don't call them disabled, but label them different. Rather than only providing handouts, why can't you, when formulating policy, approach some of these top donors and tell them, for us, we have this disability policy at Kyambogo University. For example, Norway Society for Disabled, other medical agencies such as World Health Organization, so that even these disabled students in the policy, they become part and parcel of the process, and not only implementing these policies so as just to fulfill the requirement. And also these policies that are there in Uganda and the Global South mostly, when it comes to implementation, it is mostly top-down rather than bottom-up. When it comes up to policy evaluation, we are not evaluating based on the Afrocentric models. You see others using SWOT analysis, which is mostly Western model, others using PESTO model, and other Western-centric models when it comes to policy evaluation. Others using Michael Kotler's, I don't know, stages 5 horses model. So for you to reconceptualize this education policy through the lens of critical disability theory, decolonization of disability is a key aspect. And once you have decolonized disability and also bottom-up implementation of these policies, it will work up. But if you only continue on partnerships will never end. If you only focus on grants from the donors, they'll always be there. We'll only be treating the symptoms and not the disease. So the key message from my research was, for you to reconceptualize this higher education policy, you must decolonize disability by integrating West African epistemological assumptions such as Ubuntu philosophy. And also you must end these dependability aspects when it comes to policy, because the dependability is based on colonization, whereby they only have to depend on these people. But we should empower them. Otherwise, if this is not done, policies will continue being formulated, revised, day in, day out, centuries to come, but will only address the symptoms and not the disease. I beg to submit my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngotho. Mr. Ngotho is a PhD candidate from Makerere University in the College and Education and External Studies. So we want to thank you very much for your presentation. And we are going to give like 3 questions, please, which are burning. But if you have understood very well, he has been talking about reconceptualizing inclusive higher education policy. And he talked a lot about critical and disability theory. So he told us that it has some relationship between dependability and Ubuntu philosophy. So please, if you have got a burning question, I will get 3. Yes, Dr. Mong, 1. Somebody else, please? It's okay. Can we get first 3 people? Yes, Dean, please, you are allowed. And gender, thank you. 3, okay. Dr. Mongo, please.
Thank you very much. I think I've failed to pronounce your name, and that is my special need. Pronunciation of some names. Ngozi? Thank you. I would like to know the relationship between equality and non-discrimination, which is a foundation of human rights, and the Ubuntuism. Because in your presentation, you are providing a critique to affirmative action. And in human rights, affirmative action is one way how to conceptualize equality as a concept in human rights. The second way of understanding the concept equality. How then does Ubuntuism relate to that?
Thank you very much, Dr. Mong. We can go to Dean.
Thank you. I also missed your name. But I just wanted to strongly associate with your school of thought. I'm a policy scholar and specifically implementation scholar. And you were speaking right in my mind and heart. I was also tickling some of my students of disability studies who were here, reminding them of the very things we were talking that is being reiterated with you. And especially for this conference, if you read our concept note, one of the issues we said is the issue of reliance on Western and North American frameworks as a basis for programming and policy making. So it is in the best interest of this conference to usher an emergence or re-emergence of Afrocentric or African perspectives of disability. So I see your presentation as one of those speaking to that target of this conference. So thank you very much. And maybe we'll invite you to our disability studies class and we share more this kind of thinking.
Thank you very much, Dean. The third. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you so much, Presenter Dr. Ngotho. I'm Vivian Najuka from Kampala University. Maybe my question, I don't know whether it's more of academic, but I would like to know, according to your presentation, how the critical disability theory informs the disability inclusion of higher education policy formulation, especially in the East African environment. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Ngotho, please, you can answer those questions. Doctor in the making.
Thank you. I will start with the last question on how does critical disability theory inform this debate. Previously, the issue of disability was being looked from only the medical aspect of angle, but this theory comes and says that, yes, there might be a medical aspect of the angle, but there are also social and political experiences of these people. So disability is not only a medical condition, but it is also a socio-political issue. And when it comes to the second by the Dean, I accept that in these times we should introduce the aspect of African dimensions in international debates, because for a long time, when it comes to literature, the Western school of thought has dominated the debate, and with these ideas of Afrocentrism, now we are more encouraged to use more African philosophical assumptions, be it ontological assumptions, epistemological, lexicological, axiological, and even methodological. When it comes to the first question on why only rely on affirmative action is not bad, but it creates the sense of dependability. But once you come and empower these people, like for example at Kyambogo University, go and partner, for example, with World Health Organization, tell them we have this policy. How can our disabled student contribute to the society? Rather than only admission-based criteria and affirmative action, because that is only treating the symptoms rather than the disease. When it comes to the Ubuntu philosophy is helping to bring the aspect of African dimensions in international debates. There are more other African philosophies like African socialism, but Ubuntu philosophy, it has evolved over time and it has got that expert authority compared to these other philosophies in the making, and so it has expert power. But thank you.
Okay, can we give an applause, please? Another applause to our presenter. Please, can we clap for our presenter? Thank you very much, Mr. Ngotho. And we know that it all raises, in higher education of learning, it all raises and falls on policy. Without policy, we cannot do much. And Mr. Ngotho, our Dean, Special Needs and Rehabilitation, has already assured you that that topic was spot on. And you'll get another time to come and we share. Thank you so much. I want to invite our second presenter, who is Dr. Emong, one of the heads of department in special needs and rehabilitation faculty, and is a lecturer of community and disability studies, faculty of special needs and rehabilitation, Kyambogo University, and heads University Disability Support Services. Please, Dr. Mongo, take the stage. Yeah, you can. If you feel like, you can even sit. Yeah, you can wave. Yeah.
So maybe they can present, it's okay. They can present the presentation to. Okay. ICT, maybe you present. Thank you, Chair and members. This paper is developed by Dennis and I, because it has goes two aspects, theory and practice. So Dennis will be looking at the aspect of practice from an experience. There is no projection on that, but the topic is the practice of affirmative action and reasonable accommodation measures in Ugandan universities. I would like to build from the previous presenter, where I talked about affirmative action, and without empowerment, affirmative action may not achieve the intended goal. I want to say that affirmative action is like a gatekeeper. Affirmative action opens the door for you, and you enter for a party. Whatever happens to you inside the party hall, that's not the issue of affirmative action. Reasonable accommodation complements affirmative action, because reasonable accommodations intends to eliminate and minimize
barriers that disadvantage an individual person with disability. So therefore, both affirmative action and reasonable accommodation should be implemented together. And thanks be to God that both of them are provisions in the law, legal and policy frameworks on disability. And in terms of education, they enhance inclusive education. And inclusive education now is a right and is embedded in the international and national human rights law. And the Article 24 of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability centers inclusive education as a right, and it is supported by Sustainable Development Goal number 4 that affirms the value of inclusive, quality, equitable education and lifelong learning. Uganda recognizes that attributes of education and has practiced it from 1990s with favorable policies in education and also policies on disability inclusion. So, as I said, that we are two people, and I would like, can you push down? That is the aim of the presentation. Ours is a practical presentation, but based on all theories pertaining to disability inclusion. One, we want to question the awareness and knowledge of universities about reasonable accommodation measures and affirmative action. What are the university support services to promote inclusion and the practice of disability inclusion in the university, both academic and non-academic programs? So my colleague will look at the awareness of the university through his experience. But before it comes, let us look at the rationale for both. Push. Rationale for affirmative action and reasonable accommodation in education. One, both enhance the philosophy of education for all, which has been affirmed in 1990. Both measures aim to remove discrimination and exclusion of people with disabilities in education. Now, historically in Uganda, affirmative action is to redress the historical inequalities that people with disabilities are experiencing. So in Uganda, it is a practice in terms of a preferential treatment through disability schemes. Affirmative reasonable accommodation, on the other hand, as I had already mentioned, aims to eliminate or minimize individualized barriers that people with disabilities experience. So what happens if both are implemented in the institution of higher learning? The next, push it down. There is an illustration there. Continue. So there. So if both those measures are adopted, reasonable accommodation and affirmative action, what would we see? We would see widened opportunities and increased enrollment for students with disabilities in the institutions of higher learning. And with that, you will see diversities among the population of people with disabilities. And that is seen in some universities. At least I've seen in Makerere and in Kyambogo University. 2, there will be increased voice for disability inclusion. There will be associations of students, staff, and they'll be talking about disability. Then it will also influence policy on disability to be adopted by the universities. Another is that together with the policies, increased awareness, there will be disability mainstreamed in the university's plans, budgets, and programs, including activities. With that, there will be minimized exclusion and discrimination of people with disabilities in the university. Then there will be provision of support services to people with disabilities in the university. So that is the rationale. If both of them are taken together, that is what we would be expecting. And this is built from the concept of equality and non-discrimination in society. Because for equality, society, there are 2 things about society. 1, they are equal in dignity and in rights. 2, despite that equality, there is human diversity. So therefore, how people are treated in society, we shall not take equal treatment, what we call Aristotelian concept of equality. So we talk about substantive equality. So what are the practices before I give to my colleague? 1, in Uganda, as I have mentioned, both are embedded in the laws. Affirmative action, we pinpointed only 1 law, and that's the law that regulates institutions of higher learning, the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act. That act pronounces disability inclusion in 3 main ways. 1, it directs universities to admit a qualified student with disability to join universities. 2, it directs universities to ensure accessible university environment. 3, it requires universities to admit students through affirmative action, and one of it is what we call the disability schemes that has already been talked about since yesterday. Currently, there are only 64, a slot of 64, which is to be shared by 10 public universities. That has enabled over 1,500 students with disabilities to join institutions of higher learning and to graduate since the time it was launched. In addition to admission, the Act also requires that in the decision-making processes in the university, among the members of the University Council, 2 must be people with disabilities. Then also, as Professor Opejuru mentioned this morning, the Council of the National Council for Higher Education, the regulatory body, there is also a representative of people with disabilities. So therefore, the aim of those representatives is to ensure that policies and regulations governing institutions of higher learning, internally and externally, should ensure that disability
is considered. Also within the universities, in the university politics, Guild Representative Council, we also have 2 students with disabilities as members of the Guild Representative Council. So that is how it is practiced. And with a lot of challenges with affirmative action, as I said, that affirmative action only opens a gate for you. What happens for you in the university is not an issue of affirmative action. That is now the issue of implementation of reasonable accommodation measures in the university, in the institution. So because of the interest of time, let me give the mic to my colleague to state the awareness of universities about these provisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mong. I will give a colleague 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, my mentor, Dr. Paul Lemong, for the privilege to be a part of this presentation this afternoon. Again, my name is Dennis Ouma. I'm a student here pursuing a Master's of Disability Studies and Inclusive Development. Pretty much my story has been re-echoed in here over and over again. But I just want to state that disability is dynamic. The interventions that a person who is hard of hearing requires is different from what the blind person requires, or what the deaf person requires, or what the guy in a wheelchair requires in accessing a meaningful higher education. That said, I'll specifically speak to a person with a spinal cord injury, like myself, who is not able to ride or wheel himself in a wheelchair or ascend stairs, among other challenges. In Uganda, the Ministry of Health has reported that between 800 to 1,000 people get spinal cord injuries. Between 800 to 1,000 people get spinal cord injuries every single year. That is the result of either sickness or physical falls, motor accidents, border accidents, sports injuries, gunshots, physical fights, among others. Those are some of the causes of spinal cord injuries. Now, in Mulago alone, over 400 people go through the spinal ward of Mulago Hospital. When a person gets a spinal cord injury, depending on the level of injury to the spine, the resultant effects vary from person to person, and therefore the limitations accrued as a result of the injury differ from individual to individual. There is a conversation that is not oftenly talked about in relation to interventions for students with disabilities, which seems personal in nature and is seldom mentioned. And that is, for example, I am quadriplegic, which means I'm unable to use either my hands or feet. Some people with spinal cord injuries are able to use their hands. Some only lose the function of one arm, or even lose the function of one leg, or lose the function of one eye as a result of spinal cord injury. However, for a quadriplegic person, imagine a young man who loses the use of both limbs and is supposed to go to university and is both urine and bowel, bladder and bowel incontinent. What that means is they are unable to control their bladder and bowel functions. And that individual is supposed to be in class with among other students. There are accommodations that individuals with spinal cord injuries will require, and that is where the intersectionality or complementarity between the medical models and the social models, which believes that an individual is disabled by society. There is no single disability model that stands alone, because there are medical interventions that an individual with a spinal cord injury shall require. And those interventions are costly. Those involves, for example, the use of diapers, the use of catheters, none of which are extremely expensive. For example, a catheter costs about 200 pounds. 200 pounds, that's close to 1 million shillings. For a person with a spinal cord injury to be able to be in this room comfortably without loss of self-dignity. So what we are saying is, one, as I conclude, Dr. Sister Maria Goretti, is that assessment for the needs of individuals with disability ought to be participatory, to pick on the perceptions of the individual and not to generalize disability. And that should be from the onset at the planning stage, programming, be it budgeting and monitoring and implementation, monitoring and evaluation, to ascertain for sure that the unique and individual and customized needs of the individual with disability, have they been incorporated? Once that is done at policy level, then every student, again, every single student should access a meaningful higher education. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, our beloved student, Mr. Ouma Dennis. Beloved participants, we are going to have only 2 questions. I'm going to get a lady and a gentleman. Two questions from the participants, please. Yes, I've got a gentleman here. May I have a lady, please? Yes, please, doctor. Okay, we are going to go by.
Thank you very much. My name is James Okot. I am a guide. I'm not a student, but this is always a common question which most people with disability are suffering. I don't know whether it's in other universities, but here at Kyambogo, when it comes to issues of accommodation, most of our facilities do not favor persons with disability. And of which, if you were to look at it, I will give an example to Mandela Hall. We see we don't really have farms, but certain times, some of these people are given the upper floor. That means if you are really advocating for a proper accommodation for them, then there should be a way to harmonize on such facilities. That is the issue I think I can make. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our doctor.
Thank you very much for the presentation, an aspect that is also close to my heart. Yeah, I think when it comes to experiences of students with disabilities within the university setting, if we really want to make sure that any reasonable accommodation that we are going to provide to these students is useful, it has to come from the student themselves, because they really understand and know what it is that really matters most to them, rather than us maybe just imposing some of the things upon them. So it's really important. I think one of the key areas that is important within the university setting is to make sure that we have got a very strong student movement of disabled students with disabilities who can stand up and voice themselves rather than maybe someone else doing that on their behalf. And it's a very small thing that makes education very difficult for them. As I was here, I was wondering, like for instance, I think that's an action point for not Kyambogo, I love Kyambogo so much, for Kyambogo. Each time I was going to use the ablution facilities, I was thinking, how are my colleagues in wheelchairs using these ablution facilities? And it only takes a toilet seat to change everything within that ablution facility. So at times it's the political will to change little things as we go to bigger things so that lives can be a lot better within our settings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I will give Dr. Mong 1 minute to summarize and conclude.
Yes, thank you. I will share the minute with the Ouma in case there's something he wishes to add. First of all, thank you very much, Professor, for asking that question about voice. One is that the positive impact of affirmative action in Uganda is that it has created a certain level of voice for people with disabilities. In public universities in Uganda, where there are many students with disabilities, there are associations of students with disabilities, and they speak for themselves. Actually, yesterday, VC gave a testimony where deaf students went to him, and they said, let us converse. So that is an example of a voice of students with disabilities. The other one about inaccessible environment, disadvantaging environment. It is the question of understanding and implementing what is called reasonable accommodation measures. As I had started in the beginning, affirmative action opens the door, reasonable accommodation comes to serve you. Without one, you cannot succeed in the university. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mong. Auma? Okay. I think we have to clap for these people, but before we clap, I think this has been a spot-on topic because affirmative action and accommodation, already doctors said they go hand in hand. And it's really made it very clear that they eliminate and minimize the barriers of individual brothers and sisters with disability. And I liked what Auma said, that disability is dynamic. Sorry about that. Okay, he said that the, disability is dynamic, but silently said it's different. And that's why he's appealing that it should be participatory. And I think our professor has made it very clear that people talk for themselves, other than someone to talk on their behalf. And I think Dr. Mong has cleared that. So our beloved participants, please, we want to thank you. Can we put our hands together and we clap for them? I also want to thank everyone who has been in this session. May God bless you all. May I hand over to the master of ceremony, please?
Thank you so much, Sister Dr. Mary Goretti, for very ably chairing this previous session. Again, a round of applause for Sister Dr. Maria Goretti. Allow me remove the coat of presenter and take on another of MC. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to us and for being that indulging. That shows a lot of interest in what is happening here. We are here to change the narrative moving forward in this first East African Conference on disability, inclusive higher education. Our next session shall be presided over by Professor Willie Ngaka, who is already here. I beg that we allow a maximum of 5 minutes to allow the other parallel sessions to wind up and reconvene, after which we should be able to delve into the declarations and call for action on disability inclusive higher education. So as we wait for other parallel sessions to wind up and reconvene, I just wish to mention one thing that I always do everywhere that I go, that no single person, no single government, no single institution is capable of providing reasonable accommodation to the maximum, or is capable of pursuing disability inclusion to meet everybody's expectation. However, it is the responsibility of everyone, the responsibility of government, the responsibility of each one of us in this room. When I visit a restaurant, for example, or to watch a football game in a bar, yes, in a bar, and I find that there is no ramp at the entrance to this bar, I do not simply accept to be carried into the vicinity and enjoy my game in silence. I stop at the entrance and do my advocacy. I inquire on who is the manager, and I make my interests known on how inaccessible their venue is. And this can be a responsibility of everybody. Today is one person needing a specific accommodation, tomorrow is another. So it takes everybody, the academia, the fourth estate, government institutions, the church, each one of us, it is our responsibility to provide or to pursue disability inclusion. Thank you very much for that remark. I have been advised that our online presenter is available. Dr. Peace Tumhechi, over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, MC, for giving us yet another opportunity for this presentation. There's a lot of echo. So the ICT team, yeah, I think we're getting them now. I hope we are able to get the presentation online on the screen. Great. So, come back to the welcome. I hope you are now live from Texas. My name is Peace Tumhechi, and I'll be chairing this session. And our presenter is Dr. Rachel Wanjagua from Kenya. She's a postdoctoral researcher at the Texas Center for Disability Studies, University of Texas, Austin. She holds a doctorate in disability studies and is also a physiotherapist. Her research interest is in the area of intellectual and developmental disabilities, centering global South perspectives. She has published on inclusive research in Kenya and has served in the World Health Organization expert panel that developed the package of interventions for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and autism. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Dr. Rachel to make her presentation. We have only 20 minutes maximum. So if you could make your presentation shorter, then it would allow the audience some time to give you some feedback. Thank you. Okay, Rachel, Dr. Rachel, you're welcome. Are you able to hear me now? I think we're having some connection challenges. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Could someone at the ICT desk please type a message for her to proceed to present, since we can hear her at least?
Thank you. I can hear now.
Hello, Rachel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Hello, I can hear you.
Great. You're welcome to make your presentation. You could use 15 minutes maximum. We are really running out of time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will do my best. So thank you, everyone. I am going to be presenting on inclusive and indigenous research, a necessary approach to disability research in Africa. And my focus will mostly be around the population of people with intellectual disabilities. So just briefly, I am trained in disability studies, but I am also a physiotherapist. And I have worked in Kenya for 15 years in rural and semi-urban areas, mainly with the population of people with disabilities. And I also lived intellectual disabilities for 10 years. So when I speak about intellectual disability, even if I do not identify with one, I have a very close proximity.
Recording in progress.
I have very close proximity with people with intellectual disabilities. So, and that is what sparked my interest in intellectual disabilities. The overview of my presentation will be a background of inclusive research and what inclusive research is. And then I will describe a Kenyan study that I conducted for my PhD in the year 2020, between the year 2022, 2023, and the experiences of conducting inclusive research in an African context, the lessons that I learned, and recommendations. So just briefly before I hop on to inclusive research, there are theoretical frames that I am using and ideas that we probably already know. The majority of world ideologies on disability that dominate the global south are mostly constructed from the global north. And I mean that the more affluent countries kind of shape what the discourse is, which are majorly constructed from the global north, such as conflict, neocolonialism, and racism. And these are not discourses that are explored by the global north when we are receiving information and using it for knowledge production or shaping our own policies and guidelines. Because by that grows and expands, that there can be an opportunity for us to reimagine an epistemology of intellectual disability. And I mean that reality is being shaped in a way that intellectual disability is not a negative, is not viewed or perceived negatively in the way that we usually commonly see it. So ours was a qualitative ethnographic study with a broader aim to determine services and supports needed by people with intellectual disabilities and families in Kenya. We recruited a purposeful sample of 10 caregivers. That is someone who at least spends 4+ hours, at least 4, 5, 6 days a week. 10 people who have intellectual disabilities. I began by training the research assistants. I must mention before I move ahead that I will not be presenting very long sessions with them, you need to adapt the resources and your ways of training to their abilities. The topics were on data integrity, ethical interactions with human subjects. Research training took place after we had received ethics training, IRP approval, and that was 2 weeks, 4-hour sessions. This was on a daily basis. I had already partnered with a local organization in Kenya, and they were providing the venue. I was funding the training such that we always had meals, and so staying for hours was not a distraction for them. So when conducting research or training people with intellectual disability, first at the top of the need is the need for congeniality and trust. And so we had to do a lot of team building, having meals together, having informal sessions together. Some of them knew me because I had been meeting with them 8 years before I came back to do the research. But this is very important, and this is where the power dynamics usually are broken, because you should deal with each other as equals. We met from 10 to 1 for the 2 weeks. My training materials I had adapted from the University of Kingston in UK, where they had already started conducting inclusive research. So I only adapted the examples and the language to the Kenyan context. They were easy to read the materials, and we practiced. At the end of the training, we did a pilot training. However, there were, I will also now share about the experiences, including experiences during training. First of all is that recruitment, the way I was required to do recruitment by the US IRB was through the organization. And the organization there were issues with gatekeeping, because it was who they felt and thought that was fit to be a researcher, even though it wasn't really in their interest to be researchers as much as they had an intellectual disability. So people in the field who would question staff about the issues they are doing were not highly favored for the position of a research assistant. There was also a tokenistic mentality towards the research assistants with intellectual disability, and by this I mean that their role was not being taken seriously, both by the organization, by their caregivers, and even after the training that we did, you could see people asking them, "Are you really understand what you're doing?" Even though they were participating in asking interview questions, because both of them had memorized at least 3 questions that they were asking every participant during our field data collection exercise. The training methods were not really at par with the Kenyan culture, and the local organization had provided a support personnel who was working with people with IT long before I started doing research with them. And that person was very important because he was able to know figures of speech that they used on a daily basis, even though I was using local language, and they would quickly understand some. For example, sometimes they would interject with using cultural proverb, which sometimes is thought of as very complex when dealing with people with intellectual disabilities, but in this case, since it is their mother tongue and it's something that they understand, having someone who understands all those facts is usually important in research, and was very helpful for our case. The literacy levels of the people with intellectual disabilities was also a challenge in Kenya, and by far I know that Kenya does not put in place quality education for people with intellectual disabilities, and so most of them
Allow me interrupt you. Hello, Rachel. Hello, Rachel.
Training to you. There is,
Are you able to hear me?
Our data collection method. When we use
ICT, could you please type a message for her? 5 minutes.
For people with intellectual disabilities, they were very poor. And for us, because that is how research has always been done, we take that for granted. But it was very quickly notable to me that it wasn't working until we started using methods like storytelling, telling stories from my own, like I describe myself and how I understand concepts, and they do as well. Then we were able to start communicating.
Hello, Rachel?
Participants, yes.
Are you hearing me? You have 3 minutes to conclude your presentation. We're running out of time.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the findings were that, for sure, this is something that research on intellectual disability has already identified. Stigma and negative perceptions affect perceptions around intellectual disabilities, and this needs to change. We hope that inclusive research can help change this. People with intellectual disabilities themselves need to be encouraged a lot because of years and years of oppression. They internalize this, and so they are not confident, even though you are training them to be researchers and you want to break off with the power dynamics. Intellectual disability, at least in Kenya, is very medicalized. The systemic discrimination in terms of access to quality education and the basic needs that everyone else requires. IRBs, I didn't spend a lot of time on that, but that's also another issue. IRBs needs to be trained to understand the importance of people with intellectual disability participating as researchers in research, and also adapting our methods, like I have said, in research into culturally adapted materials. So finally, the recommendation, I know that inclusive research is really pushing a boundary, and it's really asking people to start acting and thinking differently, including higher education, and knowing that when a population of among us is left out on knowledge production, historically we know that the negative perception around intellectual disability will always persist and prevail. So let us critically examine our practices in knowledge production and how those sustain and maintain oppression of people with intellectual disabilities, increase uptake of inclusive research in Africa, and then become more innovative in the practice of inclusive research, because I don't think there is a script out there. When I was doing the study in Kenya, it was hard to come by studies of a similar nature being done in the African continent. I know there has been research in other populations of people with disabilities, but not intellectual disabilities. And so I contend that this is an area that needs a lot of growth, that needs a lot of direction, and many scientific fields coming together to shape the discourse, together with people with intellectual disabilities. So I'll end there. Thank you. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to respond.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Rachel. Can you please give her an applause? Thank you. Your area is an interesting one. I think, unless it was in the prior sessions, this is the first paper we are getting insights into the research process, which is very critical. We usually tend to look at the outcomes but we ignore the process. And this research is really informative on how we can conduct inclusive research. Dr. Rachel would have loved to give you some amount of feedback. I'm sure people want to respond, but we are really doing badly with time. I don't know if the MC can allow me 1 minute or not. Okay, so if there is anyone in the audience with a burning question or comment for Rachel, would welcome it at this time. Anyone? Yes?
Thank you, Sister Rachel. This is Patrick Ojo. You alluded to two things that touch my heart that I wanted you to say more a bit. The issue of ableism as a big barrier, underlying barrier. So how do you speak to that, especially in view of how it plays out for persons with disabilities trying first to access university education and then completing with competitive grades? How does ableism play in the issue of the right to higher education for persons with disabilities? Then the other issue is that of indigenous and then inclusive research. These are serious issues that you are talking about as research methodologies. How do we navigate that concept of indigenous research, which is itself something to compete in the conventional talk of research, and then inclusive research with persons with intellectual disabilities? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we have one more question, then we'll ask Rachel to respond. Atego.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you very much. As indicated, I think the stage process is very important. Mine is not a question, but I want to signpost you to the work of, I'm not sure if you managed to get away from Judith Mackenzie from Cape Town. She has done quite a lot on intellectual disability. So I'm not sure if you did not get something that is helpful to your study. And if you have your contacts, if not, I can give them to you.
Thank you. I hope, Rachel, you've heard the questions clearly. And I would invite you to respond specifically to the issues raised by Patrick.
Okay, yeah. Let me start with that. On the issue of ableism, this is a very loaded construct because we don't take just colonialism because that is where it stems from, for sure. But I was also surprised at some of our African traditions because there are a few studies that have been done by Imafidon and Onatsi that are exploring differently and understanding that which construction, which one construction that can be when this is also embedded with our epistemologies or ontologies. And for sure, for us to compete with conventional research methods, indigenous research methods will not appeal to the West so much. I don't know, we need a thick skin ourselves from especially the African continent, because we actually know that intellectuals, there have been studies that show that blackness and intellectual disabilities under the white supremacy guys they're synonymous. And so starting to put out there that indigenous research and our way of knowing is actually an authentic way of knowing, I don't think it will be easy and that it will appeal to the global north. But I don't think that we should stop there. And like a lot about colonization has to happen and start pushing back a lot. And even in their platforms, like here in the US, even though things will not go as well, it will really be hard, but we have to continue doing what we know is important and essential. And I do know for a fact that indigenous research will not only help the population of people with IV, but it can help us start disrupting the positivist colonial mentality that has been embedded in knowledge production that makes us only produce certain kinds of knowledges that are always against us and all our
Okay.
yeah. And yes, the last one, I know Judith, she was my supervisor.
Okay.
My last answer, I'll end it at that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm happy that we have you and many other scholars, and I think it's an invitation to all of us to raise the Global South perspectives in the area of inclusive research. We won't allow to be intimidated in any way. I believe if we purpose, which I find is a call in your presentation, that with disability research, we have to be intentional to be inclusive, giving power, giving voice to the persons with disabilities to be part of the research process is very important. So once again, Dr. Rachel, thank you very much for sharing with us. Thank you, the audience, for being patient with our presentation and for the feedback. Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm handing over back to the
Thank you so much.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Peace. It's a team of 3. So the 2 have been more visible in the previous event. We are getting close to winding up, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are still excited about the day. Yes, I can see the energies are still high, not even worried about going back to Nigeria or Kenya. That will happen tomorrow. So ladies and gentlemen, about this time, we are getting into the very last session, which is about action, declarations and call for action on disability and inclusive education. We know that since yesterday, we have been getting experiences, we have been getting recommendations, we have been getting very good proposals. People have told us what works and what doesn't work, and what we need to learn as we move forward with this engagement of disability and inclusion. This session had been prepared to run by Professor Willy Ngaka, whom I know is ready. Professor, are you coming over to see how we get into the call to action and how we even make declarations after the long discussion? I'm hoping that our presenter, whom I found on stage, is still listening to us. We want to continue thanking her so much. I know it's night where she is, but we are hoping she hasn't slept before this particular conference ends. Professor Ngaka, I thought you were in charge of this session, but if you are not, we can do it together. We can do it together so that we see how to move it. It is exactly 22 minutes past 5 East African Standard Time. And remember that we must also get home on time so that our people don't get worried.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to at least say something as we come to the close of this two-day conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we came with a lot of expectations. Time has come for us to see whether we have met or exceeded those expectations. In my academic journey, I've ever heard about Hamburg Declaration, Ichlyon Declaration. For Uganda, there's one called the Arusha Declaration. And today, we would like to leave this room, CTF 105, with the Kampala Declaration. I would have said Kyambogo Declaration, but Kyambogo is too small. It is, I want to tie a national identity to it. We are going to now have Kampala Declaration. A small team under my supervision sat, in the interest of saving time, has crafted something, and I'm going to ask Professor Nwagawa Ephraim to come and take us through, and then we'll give you opportunity to be able to add or recommend us to remove something that does not add up or is not in line with inclusive disability issues related to higher education. Without wasting time, Ephraim, I hand over the microphone to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be reading from down.
It is okay as we read from up.
Yes. You've moved too fast. The Declaration and Call for Action on Disability Inclusive Higher Education, Kampala Declaration 2024, and it is arising out of a conference held from 13th to 14th November 2024. The preamble: the stakeholders present at the conference, recalling that the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability aims to promote, protect. See when I get too close. And ensure the full and equal enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms by all persons with disabilities, and to promote respect and for their inherent dignity, recognizing that the world is off track in the achievement of SDG 4, which aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, recognizing that universities should be of all and for all, emphasizing the need to eliminate disparities in higher education and ensure equal access by persons with disabilities, concerned that discrimination against any person on the basis of disability is a violation of the inherent dignity and worth of the human person, recognizing the diversity of persons with disabilities and the variety of support services needed for their inclusion, recognizing that persons with disabilities can contribute meaningfully to their well-being and that of their communities, concerned about the unfavorable conditions faced by learners with disabilities who are enrolled in institutions of higher learning, highlighting the fact that majority of persons with disabilities live in conditions of poverty and recognizing that institutions of higher learning can provide the necessary knowledge and skills that can enable one to get out of poverty, recognizing the need to create awareness about disability inclusion in institutions of higher learning, and further recognizing the need for strategies that transform colonial legacies still embedded in academic systems that marginalize students with disabilities. Now, the stakeholders participating in the conference, including government, institutions of higher learning, civil society organizations, persons with disabilities, and their organizations, and other stakeholders, agree to commit to the following. This one is not among the slides. Agree to have this conference as an annual event. That is the first one. The second one, develop Kyambogo University as a regional center of excellence in disability inclusion. 3, which will be 4, create awareness among management, staff, and students in institutions of higher learning about disability inclusion. 5, mobilize and commit resources that support inclusion of students and staff with disabilities in institutions of higher learning. 6, ensure that teaching, learning, and assessment are favorable to students with disabilities by adapting content, instructional materials, facilitation methods, and assessment mechanisms to suit the needs of students with disabilities. 7, upgrade infrastructure to provide accessible environments for students and staff with disabilities. 8, develop collaboration and partnerships with civil society, private sector, and government ministries and departments, and agencies that support inclusion of students and staff with disabilities. 9, integrate indigenous knowledge, develop culturally responsive curricula, and conduct locally relevant research that informs the development of disability interventions. 10, provide assistive devices and technologies that facilitate students with disability and staff with disabilities to participate fully in institutions of higher learning, in activities, sorry. Each, that is 11, each university set up a disability support center, and each college, stroke faculty, stroke school, stroke institute designate a focal person for disability inclusion. Number 12 is for government, and we know government plays a very major role because they are the custodians of our resources and other interventions. A, provide adequate financing to facilitate the implementation of inclusion policies and laws. B, review and update any legal and policy frameworks that perpetuate marginalization, discrimination, and disempowerment. C, provide scholarships to students with disabilities. Remember the experience shared of financing a single student with disabilities. Now, 12 is for civil society organizations, and we call upon them to provide financial support to institutions of higher learning to conduct research and undertake reforms that promote inclusion of students with disabilities. That is what the drafting committee has come up with. It is, they call it zero draft of the working document. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Beautiful work, because it is already beyond draft 0. I think it is 1 negative. Let's take it to 1, ladies and gentlemen, guided by the professor. You've heard from him, you've heard all the beautiful proposals. What is there to subtract or add? Yes, we have another microphone. My sister Angela, where are you? Oh, a volunteer, help me move this mic just over here. There's a mobile mic. Oh, Dr. Nwagaba, yes. There's Professor Nduchi's hand, yes.
And I kindly request the rapporteurs to pay particular attention to the constructions of the forthcoming submissions.
Okay, so there we go.
Thank you so much, the draft committee. I would like to add to what Dr. Nwagaba has proposed as number 1, that this becomes an annual event, but run on a rotational basis according to the member universities that are participating. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful proposal. I have a small fear around annual events. Sometimes they come so frequent that there's some fatigue of supporters. How about if it became after every 2 years? Like we've decided for the National Inclusive Education Symposium. That is only my view, but we can take the first view anyway. Do we declare it an annual event? Those in favor say aye, and then the contrary. Okay. Professor Sisi wants to guide.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the crafting team. This is just a suggestion. You can take or leave it. But based on experience with these conferences, an annual conference is very taxing. You also need to give people time to do the research. And then, because we don't, it's not really, building as if we say people can just bring their research, and times it's paper-based, not evidence-based. So an annual event will not create time for people to do that. Most of conferences like this, they normally do it after every 2 years, so that at least there's more empirical evidence before you go to the next conference. And it also gives you time to breathe and think and reflect on what you have done, publishing all the work that you have already done in this coming year. Thank you.
Okay. After that guidance, I request Professor Willie to make the final observation on that, so we can after.
Thank you, sir. Probably I may missed points, but it is very important to mention and include part of the declaration. Higher education in Eastern Africans have the same status as far as I read and understand in admitting students with disabilities, more or less. So in this case, experience sharing is important, and creating networking among Eastern African collaborations. If you include these things, it's very important.
Okay, so Professor, we have 2 very important observations. One is that it is annual and rotational, and 2 is that we may still make it rotational, but after 2 years. I wanted the chair to possibly rule on that, and then we move to receive another submission.
Henry.
Members, we had to set an emergency committee to do this because we knew there was going to be a very huge mouth-watering substance in front of us. In the interest of time, I was going to subject this to a vote. I do not want us to move that direction. I was involved in organizing an intergenerational, cross-cultural, multilingual literacy learners conferences of Uganda on an annual basis. I did it for 6 years. It broke my back. And I certainly want to go with the professor that we need to give time
to do research, publish this, and share them. So going 2 years will be an ideal situation. So we cannot have it annual, but we want to have it rotational. Okay. Kyambogo has led the way, and here we are going to resolve where the next conference is going to be. Maybe a participant from another East African country can say, we are ready to host it. That is my ruling.
Thank you very much, and I think it is taken by all of us. Can I see those saying the contrary? No contrary. Thank you so much. The ayes have it.
Can we now have a volunteer? Are we going to Kenya? Are we going to Rwanda? Are we going to Burundi?
Oh, we are going to Gulu.
Eh?
Oh, we are staying in Uganda but going to Gulu.
We don't want to repeat it in
Okay.
Uganda. We want to cross a border, a regional border.
Can we get, oh, as if I'd seen a hand of a Ghanaian, but we wanted it in East Africa here.
If East Africans don't want, maybe Ghanaians can take it to Ghana.
Okay, I think we can allow time to internalize that. Okay. The concept is that we are agreeing to having it after 2 years.
Okay.
The other detail can come later.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other?
Thank you very much for the wonderful declaration. And I am going to refer to what Dr. Ojok said earlier during the opening of the conference, when he said the conference is going to be a rational basis. It's going to be held as different university in a rational basis. But when I read the declaration, there is no any committee that is mandated organizing this conference. That's going to be used, as reviewing the progress we have been able to make. It's like being a rhetorical commitment, but we want to see practical commitment, so that each year the conference will be held to review the progress we have been able to make. And so a critical tenant would be the committee who should be mandated organizing this conference on a rotational basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hopefully we are getting more useful input, and I know that the small committee will look into all that. Do we have any other submission to the long list of the declarations? Are we subtracting anything? Okay, let me move there myself.
Thank you very much. It is a very clear declaration. But we always have some declaration after all annual conferences or some kind of conferences. But I think we need to organize a group, or it might be the organization committee of this conference, to monitor the declaration declared what to do until next year, and they prepare a report, annual report every year. It would be so great to follow what steps done. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that proposal was direct and clear. Just for the rapporteur to record, we need a committee which will also give us assurance of how far we would have gone to act as far as the declarations of today are concerned.
Thank you very much. Mine is on, I don't know whether it appeared there, but the issue of a fund for the research, like a basket. Because we're talking about presentation of papers, but now there are people who are not in that level whereby they are able to get a fund to present these papers. Are we just going to do the village researches? The proposal is that let there be a fund or a basket, I don't know how they will call it, that will be maybe given to graduate students or academicians in the field of disability, so that this fund should be able to help upcoming researchers to really come in and bridge the gap. Otherwise, if you give only the big boys and the big girls, it doesn't really help going forward.
Okay, let's just have the last two and call it a day. And I see two hands here, my brother here and the sister there.
Okay, thank you so much for the organizers for this wonderful event. I would like to recommend a fund for students, if there is a way. For example, when you are doing it at a rotational basis, for example, from Uganda, Kenya, and all other countries, we should also put into consideration, but we should also have these people participate physically in different programs where they are taken. Two, also let's not also look at focusing on graduate students, that is on masters, but also need to roll down below and come back to the graduates of the undergraduates. Also have on the committee, I think it's well and good to have this committee, but having students representatives to follow what they have learned today, whether it is in practice or not. Thank you.
Finally, from my sister there, I know you are going to make it short and sweet.
Thank you so much. I'm just adding to the declarations. I don't know that it was captured well. You know that now we are in the emerging trends, and I appreciate the previous presenters, but there was some kind of a missing link where we need to integrate emerging trends like AI, artificial intelligence, in disability, because you know we are all here because of technology. So I think that declaration should come out very, very clear, and I will think about maybe if you could say, and maybe it can be edited better, provision and integration of appropriate technological digital tools. We need digital tools for people with disability, for reasonable accommodation and accessibility services in higher institutions of learning. I think it would work for us better, because as people living in different forms of disabilities can be able to get their services and accommodation in wherever they are in their localities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I personally welcome the digital agenda in this whole discussion, because as even my young brother proposed, if everybody must participate, then we may not go physically to the venue, but we can also benefit by participating online. So ladies and gentlemen, I think those are the beautiful additions. Personally, I think it was about providing scholarships for students with disabilities, and I know for sure that government is already providing scholarships, but maybe the declaration would be increasing the number of scholarships. And I know that government has already made some kind of a similar declaration when we had the second Global Disability Summit, Uganda's commitments to disability. That is one of the commitments they made, so we just need to reinforce it. And yes, you want to comment, Prof?
No, there was the dimension of this year, the conference is in Uganda. Next year, it must be in Zanzibar. That students with disabilities need to be facilitated to go there.
To get to Zanzibar.
Yeah, I wanted to say, everything you have added was somehow captured. We are only going to, rapporteurs have taken that, the committee will refine them. I also wanted to let you know, the resolution about the regional center of excellency is the center of everything, because I know UNESCO accredits regional centers of excellence, and last year they gave billions of shillings to support the activities of those centers, and the committee will have to work and ensure that we are also accredited and we're able to apply and get those big grants to meet some of these demands, including the issues of technology, including the issues of research, and even supporting conferences of this nature. Thank you very much for every contribution you have made. And on behalf of the organizing committee, because I'm now going to hand over the microphone to my supervisor, the convener, I want to take this opportunity, and also on my behalf, to sincerely thank everyone who made it personally to Kyambogo University, and also those who tried to join us virtually. I want to apologize for the problems we had with the ICT, but I hope in the next conferences with this advocacy for inclusion of technologies and emerging ICT tools, we should be able to make online participation better. So with these few remarks, I want to thank Ephraim for the presentation, the committee members for working tirelessly on behalf of this house, and let me take this opportunity to invite our convener to come and make final remarks.
Okay, and as our dear convener comes, Professor Joe, kindly come over. I also had wanted to note that where we say each university set up a disability support center, I'm aware that a few universities already have, like Makerere. So we could also adjust the language to refer to those that have not started yet. Professor Joe is giving the very final remarks before we can head into that beautiful occasion of cutting cake and celebrating early Christmas.
Hello, Africa. There's nothing more fulfilling than seeing a dream you have nurtured so closely to your heart come true. This conference and the resolutions that we have made make the outdated thinking that persons with disabilities are too disabled for university education come down. There is no human being who is more able for university education than others, and there is no human being who is too disabled for higher education. That's what we have just done with the resolutions that we have passed. I also now have the hope that today's conclusion marks the beginning. Let me correct that, not the beginning, but the reinvigoration of indigenous discourses of disability, the reinvigoration of African frameworks of disability. For far too long, we have relied on the West, on North America and Europe to inform how we research, how we legislate, and how we program. We take responsibility tonight as scholars, as lead thinkers, to disrupt this trend by coming up with our made acts of looking at disability. Also, I have hope of strengthening the evidence-based on disability because we have committed to doing research that we can publish. Remember the words of the minister yesterday as he opened this. When he was launching our journal on disability and inclusion, he said, if you remember, I will launch this journal on condition that you are going to write and publish. So if we are going to continue to write and publish, then we shall be strengthening the evidence-based on disability. And when we do that, fill it with indigenous research, then you can begin to expect policies and programs that respond to the peculiar political economy and the context that is specific to our cultural dimension. I would like to appeal to the leaders of universities and academics who are here today that we should embrace disability inclusion and open the gates to disability, not just open the gates, but to mainstream and centralize disability issues in all university issues. I think the idea of an interim committee to take further the resolutions of this conference is very welcome. We shall continue to take interim voluntary responsibility as Kyambogo University Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation to lead the process of coming up with an East African committee. So that will mean we shall convene a meeting after today, and we ask you to nominate these people. Because of time, we can't do it here now until we have such a committee that will make sure that the baton of this conference is passed to another host and does not die in the hand of the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation at Kyambogo. One thing important that missed, which we also want to take responsibility for as the initiating university, is we shall take this resolution and zoom in again with the intention of fine-tuning, especially developing indicators and contextualized way of implementing those resolutions. We simplified for East Africa. If we say establish a regional center of excellence, how do we go about this? How shall we know that we have reached there? And what are the means of verification? So we shall come up with a framework that is operationalized, and that will guide reporting back. Biannually, we should be able to come back and say, okay, we resolved to do this and that. Where are the resolutions? So that we move beyond the rhetorics that the professor was talking about. You know, rhetoric is the sweetest thing. It's very easy to come and dance here as a politician and promise heaven and earth, but it is quite a different thing to act in reality. So to avoid going or following the very path we are criticizing here, we're going to come up with indicators for how these resolutions should be achieved in the next 2 years when the next conference will happen. And we shall share this framework with all universities. And maybe I request our sponsors, don't get tired with us. These resolutions need to be popularized, publicized. If it means hosting a talk show or a Twitter space, that we can communicate these resolutions to be captured by different media outlets, that this is what this conference resolved, please support us to do that. I want to lastly appeal to all of you. Let us take the message, the resolutions, the spirit, and the commitment of this conference to the various destinations that we are going back to. Don't keep it in the bag. Don't keep quiet about it. Go and speak about it so that your Vice Chancellor knows about it. When you are writing your report, for those of you who travel back, put it in your report. And that is that. For all that have said, thank you, all our sponsors. Look at that cake before us. That is NAD. We can't thank you enough.
A louder hand clap for NAD.
We can't thank NAD enough. This is too much love, for sure. USDC was here with the media, taking live streaming as we were doing things here. We can't thank you enough. And all the sponsors who sacrificed the little they had to give us, to put up a very superb conference. The Vice Chancellor in his absence said I should thank you in that way, and he wished all the participants a safe return to wherever destinations that you came from. For God and my country, thank you, Africa. Go back. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Jock. A louder hand clap for Professor himself for really mobilizing us so well to have this go through. Thank you so much. May God bless you as well. We have already been promised cake, and I know the mood is on cake. May I invite the organizers, our organizing team, and the sponsors, the lead sponsors, to come over, as well as our keynote speakers. Kindly join that session so that we can cut cake. I am guided that in the interest of time, when we cut it, it will be carried outside so that as we enjoy the tea, we also partake of cake. And I think that would save us from wasting time. So ladies and gentlemen, may I see the organizing team?
We shall share evaluation with people after. ladies and gentlemen, we were unable to make you evaluate this conference, but your feedback is very crucial for the next conference. So we shall share with you the link of the evaluation using the emails that you registered with, and please, please find 5 minutes to give us your feedback. Committee, I love you so much. Thank you for the work well done. Let's finish it now around the cake. Thank you.
Okay, but even as we wait for that official evaluation, as we line up to cut cake, I just want 5 quick one-word comments about this conference. My brother, your 1 word for this conference, only one. Rapporteur, take note, 1 word. How was it? Excellent. 1 word, my brother, for this conference. Just stand and speak loud. Number 1 was excellent. Number 2?